turn both of these. But I probably need to. Maybe that's gonna be better. Hey you. Hey sis. Hey. What y'all doing? I've been asleep most of the day. I got up and I read this morning, talked to the kids, made me some chicken salad, ate and some lemonade and got in the bed. And then I doom scrolled for about 2 hours. And then I was like, let me get off here. It's giving me a headache. Good evening. Hey, y'all. Hey, sister. Hey. Hello, everybody. Hopefully, y'all had a good day. I didn't do nothing. I was a lump on the log. I've been trying to, if my mind need a rest, I take it. Hey, happy birthday, nephew. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Y'all, it's our nephew's birthday. LeBron, tell him happy birthday. Hurry up. Is you grown or is you almost grown? Which one is it? Look, nephew, is you grown or is you almost grown? Which one? We need to know. We definitely need to know. We do. We definitely need to know. Uh-huh. I just don't understand. Sir, you're 26. Oh, you barely grown. You almost grown. See, 30 is grown. Okay. Okay. All right. So you my daughter age. Younger than my oldest, the same age as my second. So then, yeah, nephew, you almost grown. You'll be grown in about 4 years. 30 it gets you about grown. You almost grown. It's okay. Enjoy these years. Don't be feeling old. Don't be worried about. Now, don't live crazy. You live wise. But don't be worried about knowing everything. Because this world make you think that you're supposed to be at a certain place at a certain time. No, you're not. Do not, feed into that lie. Life is better when you don't expect or you don't put all these boundaries on where you have to be at a certain time. Because God will throw you a curveball every time. You can say, I'm going to be doing this. He said, oh, yeah, wind it up. Wow. You be like, wait, hold on. This was not a part of the plan. He said, right, I'm God. You're not. You need to come to me and figure out what the plan is. Thank you, Christine, because you can, honey. You said hi. I love that. You're on every year. Happy birthday. It's your birthday today, too. We got two. We got a niece's birthday and a nephew birthday. Not birthday twins. Hey, twins. Hey. Hey, twins. Hey, Dave. Now, look, I know who you is now. Hi, LaDacia. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, sis. Hey, nephew, we got two. Your cousins is 26. They right in your age. They almost grown, too. With 26. How old are you, Shani? How old are you? I'm sorry. You know Auntie ain't good with names. How old is you today? Is you grown, or is you almost grown? See, we got to put y'all in categories over here. Oh, you almost grown. Okay, you got one more year. And see, you still a Thunder kid. You'll be a Thundercat about next year. About the end of next year, you'll be a Thunder kid. So we got 26 and 29. They both almost grown. It's okay. 29 was a good year. You couldn't tell me nothing at 29. Now listen, 26, I was, right, about 26 through 29, probably I was cutting up. No, I'm just saying, be good. Don't listen to your TT. You hear me? But listen. Honey, 29. Auntie, I wasn't close to 21 no more. You said, then little daddy. Right. No, see, now nephew. Okay. So, you just a little kitten too. You just licking your hand and stuff. You don't still wet, but I can smell the milk on your ears. It's okay. It's okay. But see, something that a lot of young people are not, I can't say are not, but you gonna be, and maybe this is biased, But I feel like the young people that come over here and sit, they gon' be a lot wiser by the time they hit whatever age, because they get the game over here. They gets the game with this. You know how you got that one auntie, you don't always like what she say, and you be kind of embarrassed to take your friends around because you don't know what she gonna say. I'm hurt. But they be like, can we go back over your auntie house? She be like, nah, man, because she been drinking already. And they be like, yeah, that's why we want to go. We gonna bring her a bottle because she always talk crazy. She be lit. That's the auntie. I'm not trying to be friends with y'all. I'm gonna talk crazy to all your friends. Every last one of them. But not in a way that's gonna make them, not they gonna come back. Matter of fact, they be sneaking over here while y'all wasn't here. That's what my kids' friends used to do. My kids' friends would fall out with my kids and they wouldn't tell me. And my kids wouldn't tell me because they don't want me in their business. And then my kids would walk in and the person that showed up at the house and sitting on the couch, I'm just talking to them because I don't know they into it. And they'll look at me like, no, you don't got this in our house. And I'm like, oh, you won't mess with them no more? Well, y'all better tell me something because they was nephew and niece and daughter and cousin the other day. Now, listen, I don't know. They'll come over there and talk to me. One girl got so bold. Now, mind you, she was older than my daughter. Do y'all know? And I think she be in the class. I don't care. This helpful got so bold, she thought she was going to talk crazy to my daughter to me in my house sitting on my couch. And you grown. My baby is still a baby. She was like 20, 21. You like 30 something. Girl, get out of my house and take your baby and go on somewhere. And no, I won't be keeping her no more. Go on. Get out of here. We ain't that cool. You can call me mama. But when it comes to mans that I pushed out, oh yeah, baby, I don't play about them. Now, I ain't going to support them in they wrong, but you dang, I will go to war for them. Nah. And I'm helping you. My baby came here and asked, Mom, can you please watch your baby? Girl, you better get your tail on somewhere. I don't play that. I love everybody until you be trying to tear up my stuff. I don't know why people do that. Can we talk about that? Can we? Do y'all mind? And then we'll get to what we're going to get to. But can we, my nieces and nephews in here, let me tell you something. Learn this lesson early. Anybody under 30 in here other than the two, raise your hand. I'm about to put some fat on y'all head. And a lot of folks don't be wanting to say it, but this auntie gonna tell y'all. Please stay away from the people that, or when you see that this is who they are, right? You get away from them. Because I didn't learn this until late. Right? I did not learn this until late because I just felt like, okay, you got to keep whatever. Learn this. If you so into somebody and immediately they start trying to tear you down, don't look at that as, oh, they're hurt. That is a well thought out plan. Do you hear me? And the reason I say that, I'm going to go back to this situation. My daughter saw that this young lady had a need. My daughter was probably 10 years younger than this lady. But my daughter, okay, begged me to help this lady with her baby, okay? Immediately, this young lady started to put my daughter in crazy situations and was involving her in things that she shouldn't have been around. And then when that didn't work, she started on some other stuff like, how you gonna come to me and talk crazy to me about my daughter? This is the only reason that you've been able to go to work for the last 7 months is because my baby was concerned about your welfare. That's why you've been able to make money and go to work and do whatever you need to do is because of my child. Because what was you gonna do? And that same woman that my daughter helped with her livelihood turned right around and was trying to destroy my child. So understand, there are some people, okay, that you can pour out everything into, But they're going to go to another situation and do the same thing because that's how they move. And if God shows you that, don't get stuck in it. Do you hear me? It is hard to trust people, and you going to have to. But you don't have to stay in a bad situation. Say it with me. I'm not going to stay in a bad situation. We be friends with people that ain't our friends, honey. Whole time, they only around you, I'm telling you, for the twos and fews. They are only around you for what it is that they can get from you. And if they can't get whatever it is, baby, I don't care if it's the hookup, if it's, you have got to move away from those people. Because I just told my son this. I said, you remember when I was telling you, stop telling people what you getting ready to do, because as soon as you tell them you about to do something, all of a sudden they need your help. And hey, pumpkin, and they get you worn out so that you cannot go for your goals. Stay away from them people. You said, I'm not bound to my situation or theirs. Ain't. Like some people don't feel worthy, so they don't want you to feel worthy. Some people don't, like, they was rejected, so they want you to feel rejected. Are you an idiot? Thank you. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you? If you didn't like it, then you should not want people to feel that. You're weird. Yeah. I tell my kids, just because somebody help you, that don't mean that make them your friend. Come on, some folks want a reason to talk about you. And do. And do. And this is why the Bible say try the spirit by the spirit. See, people get mad when you be like, remember I told y'all I be testing people. Now it ain't foolproof because I'm not God. But I test people a lot. The main thing I'm gonna do is tell you something and see how fast another person repeats it to me. If I tell you something and one of your family members feels bold enough to come up and talk to me about my business that I know I never share with them, oh baby, you run your mouth too much. Hello. Because even if I do use your life as an example, I'm not gonna use your name. I might use your story to tell somebody, hey, I know somebody that's such and such and such and such. But one thing I'm not going to throw out is your name. Y'all been knowing me 4 years. I've had a few name slips. But for the most part, I tell y'all about people. Y'all ain't heard me say no names of no people. Have you? I tell y'all a lot of stories. But name slips don't be an issue. Because I'm not used to telling people business. Hello. I tell y'all a lot of stories about a lot of people, but name slips. Because even when I was in the world, you know how some people throw, oh, I know such and such. Baby, you don't need to know who I know. Why do you need to know? No, baby, no. Because I might not be accepted in those circles no more, baby, if they know I know you. No, thank you. Moving on. You said, this on point. I got a friend who deals with rejection, and I watched her want attention from men just to reject them. Girl. Do. You used to not people not wanting you for whatever, so now you don't want me to feel wanted, baby. That ain't a thing. You hear me now? My feelings might be hurt for a minute. But listen, you came over here. I didn't come messing with you. Hello? Do is they don't love themselves. They say they do, but they really don't. Because people that love themselves don't want nobody else to be hurt. Did you hear what I said? I'm going to say that on the fake mic right here. People that really love themselves don't have to tear other people down. People that love themselves don't go around causing hurt. Did you hear what I said over here? Did you hear what I said over here? You said, yep, it's crazy. It gives them a sense of power, feeding that spirit right, and don't know they digging a bigger hole for themselves. Hello. And that's why I be by myself. Hello. You said I used to give it out a partial recipe to see if they can wait for me. to give the rest. But if they ask around, they are done. Hilarious, auntie. Sit down, because I know you about to cut up this evening. I can feel it in my bones. Listen, you want me to hurt because you hurt. Baby, no. I don't want no parts of that. I'm telling you, I done had people come up to me recent in the last 4 years and tell me, I don't feel like you ever deserved anything. Nigga, all the times I prayed for you, that's mind blowing to me. When I have called people to get money to help you, this was years ago, back in my 20s, when I could call and be like, hey, I need such and such because my friend about to get put out. And I ain't got all of it. Let me hold something real quick. I can call my homeboy when you need somebody to move you. Okay? And I ain't even gotta be there. You can get broke down, nigga. I'm calling my homeboy like, hey, my homegirl, she's stuck on such and such. Go pick her up. She got her baby with her. Hey, give her a couple of dollars for gas if you can. I'll get it back to you. Don't worry about it. These is the connections that I had. And I'm talking about people would get stuck in other cities, like states. And I call my family like, hey, my homeboy can y'all go pick him up? Something happened, I don't know. You know, his bag's lost, da 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 da. And it was crazy because all the people that was in like a life or death, a real crazy situation, then the people that used to play me to the left. Sometimes some of them be in here. Some of them was bold enough to write me letters about how they felt about me. I'm trying to tell y'all, people are crazy. Like, wait. I see you didn't put none of the times I helped you through your crazy stuff in this letter. I see you didn't, in this text that you sent me, I see you didn't put none of the times that I came through for you. You didn't, none of that was in here. But when I start telling you no, or you don't have access, or you start to see God bless me, hello, for whatever reason, now I'm acting funny, now whatever. Oh, okay. Now, most of them got a whole bunch of hair. I was the bald head one. Ain't that crazy? You said, hey, everybody don't want to see good for you, so they mess your life up or try. Yes, and it's very sad that they do it. It is. But you have to realize that that's the spirit of the enemy in them. Jealousy is a very cruel emotion. I've been away from home for 10 years, and I'm still living it there. Lee said living rent-free in their head. Yeah. Yeah, it's a real thing. Jealousy is as cruel as the grave. That's why I do not fool with nobody. If you let I'm jealous run out your mouth, baby, I'm gonna ease. I don't care if it's you jealous of somebody else. That means jealousy, it run in your chest, and it just need a object, like a what you call it, a target. It don't gotta be a specific person, right? Like, it's funny, I told y'all, my daughters is kind of going through it now. So they got friends that come around them and say, because my daughters are very shapely. Y'all seen them. They got the bodies that people go pay for in real life. So their friends will say crazy stuff like, God knew better than to give me such and such. Well, this is the body that my daughter got. Right? But this is also the same friend that'll get in front of a group of people and start trying to say some slick stuff or bring up whatever. I don't play them kind of games with people. The moment you try to bring up what you think I'm insecure about or what you like, I see you. You said you feel bad when your children are going through the same thing. Oh, I don't feel bad. I'm going to tell you why. Because I taught my kids. They already know what they're looking at. They're young, but no, I put fact on my kids' heads. I taught them to recognize character first. That's what I taught them. I tell y'all, they didn't told y'all. Y'all heard my daughter talking the day before Thanksgiving. Who was in that class or on Thanksgiving night or whatever day that was when I was out of town a couple of weeks ago? People was tripping that's my 23-year-old, and she's very wise. And she had that knowledge at 15 and 16 and 14 and 12 and 10. Like, I put fat on my kid. I was not scared to talk to my kids about nothing. We talked about rugs. We talked about egg. We talked about everything. We talked about watch people face. When you say something and you happy and they turn their face up and had a stomach virus face, they didn't seen people do it to their mama. Folks call themselves my friend, and every time something good happened for me, baby, they say, "Mommy, why such and such? Why she scrunch her face up when you said this happened, or why did they say this or that?" My kids used to peep, and people thought because my children were young that they didn't understand, but they did. They did, and they talk like now. When they come up on like certain situations, now that they are grown, they will make reference to, oh, this person is such and such, and it'll be somebody from my old life, right? It'll be like one of my ex-friends or somebody I dated or whatever, a person that was in our life. They will say, oh, Mom, the spirit that they have is like this person, or the way that they move, and it's not that specific person, it is the spirit in the person. Does that make sense? So if they call me and say, Mom, oh, it's a such and such, we'll just say a Sharita, okay? They'll be like, Mom, she is Sharita, and I'll be like, oh, okay. I remember okay, you a shiesty person, or you lose, or whatever else it is. So it's not the actual person, but it's the spirit that the person had in them that they pay attention to. And they're teaching my grandchildren, and I'm grateful for that. Because this is why you said, in the spirit in them don't like the spirit that's in you every time. Every time. Baby, and they'll be so close to you. They will watch your every move and be looking to destroy your life. I'm trying to tell you. I done learned my lesson. And that's why every time y'all see me, hello, who is it? Is there somebody there? No. Mm-mm. And don't. Listen. But guess where I really started to learn that? When I started studying the Bible. Because I kept falling into the same holes with people. Now, I understand that you have to interact with folks. You have to. You have to interact with people. You will not learn what the Bible says if you don't. Does that make sense? And the Bible doesn't say that there's a season for it's a season for everything. It's a season for this. It's a time for this. It's a time for that. It's a time. So there is life that you are gonna have to live. Every single person, you're not gonna avoid it. You can run from it. You're gonna run right into it. Okay. So learn it while you're young, right? Or as young as you can be, or learn it now. That way you don't have to keep repeating the same process, right? So with that, God's showing me that I cannot talk to people. And he will keep you for a time, nephew. Okay, look. If God has... I'm going through it now again. I said I'm already in this tower. And it's real quiet. When I say very quiet, you can hear a pin drop. You can hear a pin drop in my life right now. That's how quiet it is. And I'm like... Is this the calm before the storm? Like, what you doing? You giving me rest for what? Because I've been tired. I slept most of the day. I'm like, what's going on? Because I'm going to tell you what it's like. It's like the moment when that young man was about to hit Jake Paul and he looked like that little mouse thing, the little gerbil. The silence that was probably in his head when that nigga made that face and was holding his hand back. It's like that. It's the same quietness. You know? It's the same. Ah! Stay in your lane, sir. That's all I need to do is just stay in your lane. Listen. I don't believe in that ancestor. He rocked it, didn't he? Had that nigga holding on to his leg, boy. I said, sit down, bow down. You heard me? Bow on down, sir. Get on down on them. Look here. That make me feel real good. I said, that boy talks so well. He said, the same mouth you used to say all them vile things, I'm going to break it. And not only that, I'm going to break your soul too. You could see when JP made that face like that, y'all remember in all of the, he said, I'm going to look for the moment when your soul is going to leave your body. He said, and you better hope, because, I mean, you can unalive people in the ring. And ain't nothing going to be done about it. So you better hope that you leave out of the ring, is what he said. Hello. When a nigga say something like that to you, you need to tread very, very lightly. See, pride goeth before a fall. Well, in this case, it went before about 10 of them. About 10 falls. Sure did. And it said the whole that you did for somebody else. JP, you gonna fall in it. You wanted him to be embarrassed. And baby, listen, it's gonna be real hard to talk crazy with your jaw broken in 2 different places. I say just be quiet and go back to YouTube and do something safe. Because the stuff you doing, your friends don't care about you. That brother don't either. He can't. Your friends don't care about you. You are a clown to them. Because if you would have died in that ring, baby, wouldn't have been nothing. They was going to move on to another clown. Nephews and nieces, don't be the clown of the group. Hello. Because that brother was talking crazy, but you wasn't the one taking them dome shots. Is you crazy? Nigga, I wish I would. I don't let nobody bait me into nothing. I'm trying to tell you, nephew, I done watched every video from every angle several times. I don't believe in that ancestor stuff, but I said, not Mike Tyson body, that soul that came through this nigga body. Mike Tyson, he must have channeled his inner Mike Tyson. Now, I know he cold, but baby, that was an old school 1989 wearing them booty shorts in the ring kind of whooping. You understand me? That's what kind of whooping that was. Po baby. Y'all remember back in the day, they said, don't let your mouth write a check that your rear end can't cash. That was one of them kinds. And did. Ah! You said just like the Alabama Brown made my soul happy. Listen, not my birthday. Listen, baby, I have not smiled this hard in a long. I've been smiling all day. Not the fact to mention he's a very handsome man, but yes, listen, just you should not get this much enjoyment out of watching the nigga get his tail handed to him. But baby, I ain't skipped not one clip. That's what I've been doing, scrolling on. Probably a good hour of watching clips of that fight. And it made me think about when we used to have fight parties back in the day. You said, to jump for joy. I don't mean to jump for... Girl, it make you feel all tingly on the inside. It shouldn't be like that, but it is. When I say I feel just full of joy... I shouldn't, but I do. I ain't gonna hold y'all. If y'all wonder why I'm smiling, it's because every clip of that, it made me happy. Nephew, sorry. It is what it is. I know it's like listen. Every clip where they got the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or whatever, Farrakhan, whatever his name is, and he's smiling like this. Baby, I cackles every single time. Every time I scroll through the comments and I see this right here, baby, listen, it takes me all the way through there. Sat him on his pockets and did several times. Baby, and every time I see somebody put that gerbil, baby, with that look, baby, I said, hey, I'm going to tell y'all then we don't got to talk about it no more. But when that nigga hit him and knocked him down, he said, oh, this real. Oh, Oh. It's like it finally set in that this nigga might kill me in here. I think that was the moment he saw his life flash before him. I ain't never seen, you know how they always making fun of our lips? Nigga, that nigga look like, um, the Batman man. Remember when they cut his mouth open and you could see his whole everything on this side? That nigga's lips was out, his face did like this. His bottom jaw, his lips was this way, and this was that way. I ain't never seen that before. Whatever the one that got his face, and you can see his stuff right there, that's about, no, the one that got his face slashed and he had to stitch it up, but you can see all his gums and stuff. That dude, whoever that is, that's about what he had going on last night, or whenever the fight was. Yeah. And it's crazy because he in the hospital and old boy at the club turning up. I said, that's the nigga for you. Beat somebody up and then go turn up. Yep, sound about right. Sound about right. Two-Face, that's it. It's a whole bunch of them out here too, ain't it, Mona Rose? Joker or Two-Face, one of them. Okay. It's a whole bunch of jokers out here and it's a whole bunch of Two-Faces. Just stay away from them if you can. You said yes, he did have a broken jaw and a broken ankle. Running from a nigga, he broke his ankle? Because how you break your... He must have been running. He was just cheesing and smiling. Y'all know what? That man probably going to have nightmares about that. They need to check his... Do they check their head out and make sure they got, like, don't have a concussion or nothing? Because that could cause, like, a brain bleed or something, right? He was hitting him so hard, couldn't that cause, like, a brain bleed or something? Or I don't know that much about boxing, but with the force, that's like being hit by a car. How many pounds per square inch of pressure is one of that nigga's hits? Anybody know? Yeah, they need to check him out. He saw his ancestors coming over on the Mayflower after that whooping he got. Baby, listen. Saw him back in the cage. Hello. I'm going to leave it. We going to leave it. Okay. We ain't gonna talk about it, but I mean, he talked so much stuff. Hey, the world is talking about you. Exactly what you wanted. You got exactly what you wanted. Now, my baby sent me this book. I forgot to tell you, thank you, Antoinette. My baby sent me this book, The Shinar Directive, Preparing the Way for the Son of Perdition. Now, what's really crazy is this book was published in 2014, and I really started studying about a lot of the stuff in here in 2009, but in 2014 is when I had got a lot of, like, this red book right here, over here, and then over here is right here. And so, excuse me, I did. I'm sorry, Pumpkin. It was in my room. It is good. Well, I'm gonna tell you what's crazy. So I got down through here a little bit, and a lot of this is in my notes. Yes! Just about everything I know about the Vril and the Thule Society. We didn't talk about them. Listen, we talked about the Nazis. We talked about all of the necromancy. I said, oh, she got it. Right. Okay. But I do want to talk to y'all about some of the stuff in here. And we've talked about it before, but why not? It's in a book. And so there's that. Thank you. Okay. So, one of the things that came to my mind, and this could be wrong, I believe that whatever his name, Peter Thiel, I believe they just switched them letters around, and he is a part of the Thule Society, because there's the Vril Society and the Thule Society, right? Now, if you look at the companies that he's a part of, it's all right there. They just play them little word games. What you called it? You said, are you careful in receiving gifts from people? You said, are you careful in receiving gifts from people? Do you like to discern when to accept them? And are you talking about over here? Are you talking about to me? Or are you saying just in general? What am I discerning? I don't even know. How can I discern something and I don't know what they send me? I pray over before it come in my house. I don't know what people are sending, so there would be no way to discern. It's like them boxes of what the Cracker Jacks. I never know what's gonna happen when I open a box. Mm-mm. Hi, Riz. Magnificent Junior. Never know. That's why I'm always surprised. Well, hello there, Blackwater. That's why I can't discern nothing. I don't know what's coming. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I mean, but I don't really have, like, I ain't trying. You said I asked because I'm learning there's witches that can curse gifts, books, or food. So, have you read the story of Joseph when he was in Egypt? You gotta read the story about Joseph in Egypt, honey. The witch gave him some bewitched food. And he waited 3 days until she came to check on him. Okay, well, I look at it the same way. You do realize some of the stuff that the Israelites and stuff got to take from the Canaanites and all of those people, they probably were accursed things. They wasn't cursed once they got into the hands of the people of God. He made them into blessings. Hello. You said what? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what the Holy Ghost for. I mean, and if you want to put that much energy into trying to put a curse on, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that there's probably been some folks that have come over here and tried. Because there used to be a lot of folks that was, around. I don't worry about no witches. I really don't. I don't worry about, I don't know. And I'm not saying that I don't think they exist. I know they exist, but I also know that the power that the Lord has blessed me with over here is stronger than any herb they gonna mix up, any demon that they're gonna encant or try to send my way. God has already seen it. So hell, I got witches in my family for real, for real. In real life. Oh well, she just passed a couple years ago, but I'm sure she made her a little protege somewhere. And she was a witch for over 60 years. In real life, sent people to jail and all kinds of stuff. Unalived husbands and he sure is. Yeah. So I don't be worried about it. He said that's good to know. I just asked. I'm learning every day, especially as a mother with people gifting my kids stuff. Yeah, you just pray over it. I mean, but you got to think. If you'll get a feeling, God will tell you. You know. He said, God says, do not touch my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Listen, God is always on our side. That part. I'm trying to tell y'all some of the stuff I done seen happen to people. I be feeling sorry for them. Like, you said, what happened? Are you serious? Like, it be blowing. I was just telling my brother a story the other day about that. That's so crazy. Just telling him a story about that. Okay, so I marked a whole bunch of things and I gotta be careful of what we say on here, but okay. So you said I needed this. Someone gave me some food and I'm about to enjoy. Pray over and keep on going. Baby, folks done send me all kinds of stuff in. Now, Well, I ain't gonna say. Never mind. There was one thing, but I ain't gonna say what it was because I don't know what that was. So I'll leave that. But there was one situation where I had a weird feeling and I didn't. Just one. Just one. But other than that, right. Right. This the thing though. When you know that the enemy, first of all, y'all, when I tell y'all that acrylic is tearing my hands up, ugh, I love my nails, and God said no. Literally, I couldn't feel my fingers. These two, the tips of them, I could not feel them. And I knew it was from the acrylic because my skin started like peeling on the sides. I know this is random, and I'm just gonna tell y'all. And I said, that is crazy that whatever it is that they are putting in that stuff literally will peel my skin back away from my nail bed. I mean, it'll just be layers peeling, and it's hard and crusty, and then it's, look at it. Do you see it? Just like last time, I cannot get nails, and it makes me so sad. It really do. I mean, and it eats my hands up. What the heck are they putting in there? You said that's my hands with pollen? I'm so allergic. Man, the compounds changed over the years. Something is going on because when I say it be eating my skin like acid, my skin literally be running away from the acrylic. From here, in here, everything. It's not the same. Even the smell is strong. Okay, I did my nails the other day and they popped off the next day. I said, well, girl, because what is that? I've been wearing nails since I was like 14. That's crazy to me that it is now eating. I had gel. I was doing, no, I switched. That's when the reaction happened. And now I can't even go back to acrylic. I can't do none of them. I got all of them. I done had the dip. I done had everything. No, it turns my stuff. I can't even wear nail glue. That's how, because I looked in all the, it ain't no nail glue without acrylic, like one of those things. It's none. So even if I put just glue on there, it starts to burn and peel my skin away. I never seen nothing like it. Yeah, that's crazy. Even the polygel you put me on to that. Exactly. Girl, I can't use poly, I can't use none of it. None of it. I tried some and it burned my nail bed. My custom press on set just looking at me. This I can't even wear the press on. Girl. So it's not just me. And then you gotta wonder, what are they putting in there? Because that's going directly into our bloodstream. Y'all know that, right? The nail beds breathe. Y'all know that. So all of that is going directly into your bloodstream. What is that doing to us? And think about it. Kids are getting nails younger and younger and younger and younger too. I wouldn't be surprised if that has a lot to do with a lot of the sterile women on the planet. You said after this last set broke my healthy nails, I said no more. You said you have to have human-free polishes, but even that sometimes doesn't work. I found some. I can't use nothing, because what they do is they just change the chemistry just a little bit so that it doesn't make that one molecule or whatever that is in there, but it's really the same thing, and my skin says none of it. None of it. Hey, pumpkin. Hey, sis. Hey, auntie, baby. Hey, listen, it's a real thing. I don't even play with it no more. Y'all see, y'all have, man, listen. That's so crazy that it does that, too. It's so crazy. Anyway, so I am thinking, and this is just my brainstorming. Y'all know who Peter Thiel is, right? Everybody know who Peter Thiel is? Vegan nail polish or the kind for children. Baby, I'm over it. I'm just going to have booty fingers. My nails will grow. They just break because they don't be hard. But I'm scared to put any type of nail strengthener or anything on them. Okay, go look up Peter Thiel. You said it doesn't bother me, but for some reason I haven't had the desire to do my nails. I used to love doing my nails. Me too. Can y'all go look him up real quick? You said you think I might have gotten contact dermatitis. I'm gonna be real sad if I did, because I know exactly when it happened. Oh man. I know. Moving on. Contact dermatitis. Oh, Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is, I believe it's It's either Theil or IEL. Can y'all go look him up real quick? I'm gonna be real sad about that. Mm. Okay. Well, we just thank you, Cherie. I just ain't gonna fool with it no more. I just ain't gonna fool with it. I I learned my lesson. A guy said no, and I'm moving on. And hey, this is what I'm gonna have. I mean, cause my nails will grow. They just I be doing so much. They don't be strong, but I ain't worried about it. It is what it is. I mean, God gave me a good run from about 14 to about 30. I mean, 34, 44. So that's a good 30 years of wearing nails. I'm good. Yeah, I just won't be doing them. He's an entrepreneur, PayPal, but I need you to look deeper. Don't just take the first thing. I need you to go. Yes, I need you to go look. I need you to dig. I need you to look around. I need you to look in there and keep digging, and tell me what you find. And write it down if you got a pen and paper, because it's going to be very important. Yeah, no, I won't. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm just gonna leave them. I'm fine with that. I don't like playing and then so when something don't work for me, I just leave it. And if you don't like what I got, then just don't come over here. Like I said, ashy legs and all. You see? Yes. You see it? No. You see it? You see? You see it? You see it? You see it with your eyes? It's okay. Thank you, sir. You see it with your eyes? You see it? Okay. Now go look up the Thule Society, Thule, and the Vril Society, VR. I believe it's VRIL. Okay, or the Vril group. Did y'all see the groups that he owns or he's a part of? Did y'all see that? I hope you did, because I need you to write all of that down because it's important. Very. I need you to look at the Thule Society. And now they have a company called the Thule Group. See, they be playing in our face and people don't pay attention. Okay? Who watched Hellboy? That's what I need to know. Which one of y'all watched Hellboy? Please tell me you did. And if you haven't, you need to go back and watch it for right now. I'm trying to tell you. Y'all remember what happened in the first one? Y'all remember that the priest was raising the devil. And he was in underground bases. And he was fighting with the Nephilim's stuff that's been here for a very long time. Y'all don't remember this? And the government was feeding his big old tail. And with him down there in all of these military bases that you can't get into, if you watch Stranger Things, the same thing that was happening in Stranger Things is what Hitler really did. Okay? And we talked about this. Who remembers when we were studying about Hitler and necromancy? Do y'all remember this? We studied about Hitler and necromancy and what happens with necromancy and what they be doing and all of this. That he was trying to get a who? Oh, it was in the beginning. Maybe in the first or second year we was talking about it. Well, we talked about it probably both years. Okay. So if you remember, what they are doing with the dark matter now, it's been going on. But there are some things that have come through. If you think about it, what they describe, that's in the military bases that they call the people crazy, and they be like, no, I'm telling you, we had to go 50 floors down, and when you get down there, there's all these beings and da 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 da. They showed us in Men in Black, but think about it. That's exactly what they were showing us in Hellboy, and what they showed us in Stranger Things. Same thing. But this really happened with Hitler. Okay? And what messed me up about what I read in this book, Antoinette, okay? It's other ones that we don't even know about. They showed us the one up in New York with Men in Black. Did they not? Or Connecticut or wherever he was. They showed us where it was. They tell it, they put the truth right in front of your face. You said, plus they got a new Men in Black coming soon this year. Right. That ain't the only places. There's one in Ohio. They everywhere. The real ones, they don't tell you. Like, you got to do some research to know where they at. They not going to tell you. Come on. They tell you in the movie, so you don't go looking over there for real. Because you just think it's a movie, but they tell you exactly what's going on, exactly what's happening. Yeah. You said, and it's a cartoon on Netflix that did it too. Listen, this is the thing. When I was reading in here, and I because most of this research I've done, and so it was kind of like a refresher, like reading it, but it's still good. You know what I mean? And I'm grateful you sent it to me. So I'm like, yeah, we studied this, we studied that, we studied. Because when I really started researching the Bible, y'all, you cannot study the Bible without studying the ancient races of people. Once you study the ancient races of people, then you start to see what spirits are working right now in those people. You said, yes, thank you for reading it, because I love hearing your revelation. I've been getting some too, but how you break it down is so good. Thank you, Pumpkin. So this is the thing. I'm looking at it, right? Now, did y'all go look up the Thule Society and the Real Society? 100%. It's a lot we've already done. We have. But you know what made me like trip? This man got to talk to a whole bunch of different people. God gave me all the information. It's sitting in my house. That's why I be tripping sometimes, because they get to talk to professors and these people, and literally you done read the book. Everything in there God gave me sitting in the crib. I didn't get to talk to nobody or nothing. I got the handwritten notes to prove it, that he would have me read something and then give me a word, and now I'm all in redacted files and all kinds of stuff, like, and then picking up different books. So when I see this, it blows my mind, because God gave me that information, and that's how I know he gave it to me, because I didn't get to have conversations with people about, oh, this or oh, that. God gave it to me. And it's mind blowing to me, but he did, and it's like, wow, you really was telling me stuff that was way above, like, and I'm like, why we? Oh, for right now, for right now, and that's why I say, don't worry about. Hey, Pumpkin, are y'all okay? Are you guys supposed to be getting the atmospheric floods, or is that on the East Coast? It's a lot going on. Y'all okay? Y'all got sandbags? Do you need sandbags? Is there a park y'all can go, like take pillowcases and make some sandbags with? Because, baby, we'll use whatever we got. The heck? Go get some Walmart bags and go to the park or something and get some sand. Yeah. Do y'all need sandbags? Is that a thing? Is San Francisco still without power, or they got power? I know y'all probably already knew this, but I guess I never thought about it until I saw this white lady on what's the name the other day. These, I figured they came for something I didn't know. They might be the 3 days of darkness. I live in the hill. It won't mess up, and they still don't have no power. So I didn't know that these little blocks that came with these, this is what they was for. Why y'all didn't tell me? The white lady on there was, and I knew they was for something, but I didn't know, because they just come with this. They don't come with this part, right? But did y'all know this? Y'all know that? I did not know that that's what that piece was for. Yeah, this. I didn't know. So, right, it was a white lady. I said, girl, I got a whole bunch of them. Ah, I said, maybe this is like the thing. I didn't know. So don't throw these away. If you went and bought you a box of these, don't throw this away. No, they didn't come with this. I had to buy these separate. I bought a whole bunch of these because we sent out lights and stuff and some of the kits and stuff. So I just bought boxes of these. But the lights came with these. And I was like, what is this? I mean, it looked like a plug, but I'm like, it ain't nothing on the end of it. Oh. Yeah, you can plug in your lamp too. Okay. Well, thank you for telling me. So, don't throw these away. I don't know what the name of it is. I have no idea what the name of it is. It just come with the rechargeable lights. I've been looking at these things. Is a plug socket? Oh, okay. I didn't know what it was, but you said I have something that came with the block. You can plug your lamp into it. Oh, okay. Well, now we know. Thank you. I guess I should have read the directions. God know what he doing. So you ain't got to charge it or nothing, huh? Don't throw these away. As long as the light bulb is in the lamp, it works. Pretty cool. Well, we learn something every day over here. Because I had to buy a lot of those to send out with y'all. And I put them in the box, but I didn't know what they was. I said, maybe they came with I don't know. What is it? Just put it in there. But I saw that white lady. I said, well, see, that's why you need to read the directions, CERCA, sometime. So, don't throw them away because we need them. Hello. We do. Now, did y'all go look up Nisi Poo? I don't know. Listen, I don't gotta know everything. That's what y'all for. We gonna know together. This is a come put y'all read the story about the soup. Do y'all feel like we that soup story now? That the little kid story. When I had 2 rocks, and I put them in there, heating stones, and I put some water in there. I said I sure would like to have me some stone soup, right? And see, then you brought some carrots, and you brought some potatoes, and you brought some eggs, and you might have put a little shrimp in there or something. And then we didn't all I provided the pot and the rocks, right? And then y'all came and brought the other stuff. Then I put the water in there. Yeah, I let the steam start boiling and stuff, and then y'all brought the vegetables, and now we have a stone soup. It's good. It's good over here. Listen, listen. And now it's the best soup ever. You see? You smell it? Here, taste it. It's good. It's called WOIU soup. You hear? So I put together like a little movie thing of our hoodies, and I forgot one. I was so mad. So I'm gonna have to redo it. But I did the whole like of all of our. The only one I forgot to put in there was the God's math be math, and that's because I wore it yesterday, and so I had probably put it on the couch or something. I don't know where it was, but it wasn't. And I went through. I didn't even realize that we really have that many hoodies, and I didn't even put the Birkin shirt on there, right? But y'all, we have a lot of hoodies. We do. I didn't realize it was that many because I just be wearing them and we didn't, so every so many years or whatever we make it, whatever. I didn't realize we had that many. I want to show y'all real quick and then we'll get back to this while y'all researching the Thule Society. I said, that's crazy. It's a lot of them. Look, and we got pajamas and everything. Like, we're like a real university. Look at that. Ah! And we got pajamas and shorts and shirts. But this all our hoodies. That's a whole stack of them. You see it? It's a lot. It's a lot of them. That's crazy. It don't even seem like this a whole load of girl. This all of them. Every last one. That's crazy. You heard me? Yeah. We came a long way, family. Balenciaga stole our design, raggedy selves. Y'all remember that? Yeah, that's a lot of hoodies. I did a little video thing. I'll show y'all once I put the God's Math Be Mathing in there. I said, dang. So, 45 seconds worth of hoodies. And that ain't even putting our shirts or nothing in there. So that made me feel excited. It did. I said, we really didn't came a long way for real, for real. Girl. Whew. So that's a lot of them. In under 4 years, too. Which is crazy. We did that pretty quickly. So, I'm grateful. Just to see everything that is going on, and I'm going to say this real quick. And I know I say it often because I want y'all to understand, again, of course, because of God, but this could not be the place that it is without y'all. And I say that all the time. Like, y'all have made this place so interesting and a place where I actually be wanting to come and work. Right? It's a good place. And a lot of people's lives have been changed here. Even if they not here no more, it's a lot of people that got help here in whatever way. Listen, we sure did that. And yeah, you hear me? And you know what's cool? God has blessed us to have this. Where a lot of people, there's a lot be going on with their social structure. You know what I'm saying? God has allowed us to just, right? WOIU got a pretty good name. And I believe that's because we really did found this place on, or we founded this place on morals and treating people nice. You said yes. I love y'all when I say y'all my family. Yeah, for real. That's from my heart in real life. In real life. We have become family. It's a real thing, right? And so when I think about y'all and I think about everything that we do here, I'm grateful. I really am. Because I none of us knew what this was going to be. None of us did. I didn't know. Y'all didn't know. We didn't know. We just float on. We sure do. You said from water straws to the books. Come on and do, Keish. You hear me? And do to the babies that study here. This has been an amazing experience on the internet. Now, has it been difficult, challenging, all of that? Absolutely. Was it very hard in the beginning? Yes, because God took me from not talking to nobody except for the people I was having Bible study with on the phone to talking to all kinds of people. And so then I had to transition and learn, right? But I'm grateful for what we have here, right? And it has dwindled down to where it's not that many of us because they hiding us and whatever else is fine. I'm grateful. I am. I am very, very grateful for the things that God has done here. I'm grateful for the things that people have learned. I'm grateful. It makes me very excited. It really, really do. I just want y'all to know that. And I'm not always the easiest to get along with, so I know y'all strong, honey. If y'all been stuck it through this long, yeah, because most folks don't make it. They be like, I can't do her. She too much good. Because I'm not going to go little for you. I will not be going little. If I'm too much, go find less, baby. Go find less. That's what I need to tell you because I'm going to be me every day because God chose me to be this way. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Shisha. You heard me. If I'm too much, you need to find less. That's all I'm going to say. And move on. Because people will try to make you feel like you do too much and they just don't do enough. You said left and came back at home. Listen. If I'm too much, you said I was tired of less and God sent me more. Come on. Come on. I ain't got to take your less because that's what you want to give me or even be. You said put that on. Listen. Yes, indeed, and how strong our bond. You said has grown with each other. This is true family. It is. We all grew together. We did, T. You said you're just how he knew you were going to be. This part, he made me this way. Hard truths, be truth, and I'm thankful for the lessons. Come on. I told y'all them other folks scared. God made my head hard for a reason. A hard head ain't always bad. You remember he said, I made your head as hard as flint. You're going to have to go up against and talk to these folks. You can't be no jellyback. And trying to help change people's mind from something that generations have believed. How many of y'all grandmas, aunties, and cousins and stuff came to y'all and told y'all, do not listen to me? Be your church folks, your church pastor. You said you're ready to dedicate our lives. You said you are ready to dedicate our lives to him. Then lost my mother, grateful for all you're doing. You welcome, Miss K. It's okay. You said, I feel like coming here saved my life. I think our Heavenly Father for leading me to you. Thank you. Listen, I'm thankful that we all came here, right? But how many of us had to completely change our way of thinking in order to stay here? And for this to be the peaceful place that it is. Now, sometimes it get a little rowdy. Ain't nobody perfect. We ain't trying to be perfect. We trying to be whatever God wants us to be. And that don't always seem perfect to other people. We don't care about that. Hello. It's been difficult. You cannot stay here and not change. You said, I've been told my head hard and I thought it was bad. But to be honest, I don't listen to nobody that's going to tell me bad. Exactly. You said, y'all soften my heart. Jesus softened your heart, girl. Look, Jesus did it. He used y'all to soften mine too. Y'all know I'm a real nigga around here. Y'all was making me cry every day, nigga. You ain't seeing? When I first got over here, nigga, my heart was kind of, listen. And y'all made me cry every day. Quit playing. Listen, that part. Listen, Isabel. You said, You said I only talked to one of them, and she still feel the way that I study at WRU, but oh well, I know that changed me. Come on. You said, girl, I basically be crying every day. Yeah, I told y'all was. I said, you come over here, you're going to be crying every day. You're going to be crying every day, but not bad tears, purifying tears. How many times you cry purifying tears now? It's a different feeling. When you can release all that you have been holding for your whole life, oh yeah, it's different. You said being here got me together in real life, dealing with situations the church will not touch on. I thank the Lord every day for you and having his family. Me too. Me too. Y'all be helping me. When I tell y'all, y'all be helping me. Y'all be helping me, honey. Y'all be helping me. For real. I cry 45 times a day. And Will, you said I have to let it all out now. I will not hold on to those tears. You said you want my heart to be hard. No. Because the harder my heart gets, the harder my life gets. Who realizes that? You said I cried the drop of a dime now. And Will, you said you raw and kept it real. And did. And did. Because being fake wasn't going to help y'all. Now, my godmother ain't as rough as me, but she gave it to me straight. I used to be in the corner crying every day. She said, you spoiled. I said, she said, you are. You're spoiled. I said, Mama, don't say that. She said, you are. If God don't give you your way, you pouting and Mama, why are you talking to me like this? Mama, but don't. Baby, hurt my heart for her to say that. I did not want her to think I'm spoiled. You hear me? I was watching We Need to Talk podcast, and they need you on there for real. What's We Need to Talk? What's that? God can definitely melt the ice off my. God definitely melted the ice off my heart. I cried a few times today. High five! If you let God do heart surgery on you, high five. Yes. What's that part? I don't know what it is. You said you just made me realize the type of tears I cry are different. Purifying tears hit different. When it's over, I shall come forth like pure gold. Yes, you will. I can see a situation on TV and think what I've been through and start crying. He softened your heart up real good. You said I've been looking for you for the book, Stocking Essentials and Keeping It Real. Come on now. I'm traveling while we were in class yesterday. I stopped at a gas station and cried in the bathroom. And Will, people get on there and tell their testimonies. Oh, okay. You said, and it's so easy for me to say I love you to others, even when people make me mad, and I get mad. Thank you, Dad, for softening my heart and showing me love. Y'all make me so happy to hear that. But they talk about the word that no one talks about in church. Got it. Okay. Yeah, cause this is the thing. What good is it gonna do for me to keep hearing the word and that ain't what I'm struggling with? Heart surgery hurts like the Grinch movie. It sure do. But look at y'all hearts and grew. They was this big when y'all came. Now they fluttering like this. You said really good conversations on there. I'm going to have to look. It's a podcast where a pastor talks to different people about their life and give their testimonies. Okay, you said instead of stepping out of character, I say God bless you and God loves you and I love you too. I'm still working on it. They go our type of deep. Interesting. I'm sure you've seen it. It's with the black guy Ezekiel, and he interviewed the lady who saw Biggie. Oh, okay. Okay. I watched a couple of them. You said your locks and my locks grow together. Sorry, mine is at the waist now. I'm a vegetarian. Oh, I cut them. They was in my waist in the back. I just cut them. I told my Lyft driver I love him and turned around like he seen a ghost and told me he loved me too. Yeah, be careful. Because that nigga be at your door. Nah, I'm just playing. I know. I got you. Yeah. Yeah. Listen. They was there. Listen, be careful. Nah! I don't know if you ever been stalked before, but it is not fun. So, listen, be careful. Be careful. Shoot. Mm-hmm. Be careful. Them niggas be back at your door. Now, be wise with your I love yous, because I'm going to say be wise with them. You said, no, it's not fun. No, it's not. Not at all. Okay. Did y'all go look up the Thule Society and the Real Society? You said was in the Odes of Solomon this morning with my daughter having some real peace. Come on. That's so real because a lady was telling me how she was being nice to the cable guy and he kept showing up and wouldn't leave her alone. Girl, I done been stalked by landlords and everything. Neighbors. Peter Thiel. Yeah, all kinds of people. I'm talking about women and men. Weirdos. Baby, listen. Ask my kids. They'll tell you. It's people are crazy. Like, you can tell people you love them, but like people that know where you live or that's around in your space, be careful with that. Be careful. For real. Because people be crazy. I can't even say what I want to say, but yeah, people be crazy. Mm-hmm. What was the movie with the man under the bed? The Tyler Perry movie. What was it? I didn't watch it. I just saw that part because my daughters was watching it. But what's that movie called? The Boyfriend or something? No, for real. People are insane. It's a scary position to be in. Yeah. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. People is crazy for real. Nigga be under your bed when you be home. Be careful. Mm-hmm. Be careful. The Perfect Man. Whatever movie that was, baby. Listen. How you one of them. I'm on an island, girl. Everyone is guilty until proven innocent. That part. So look. Did y'all go look up the Thule Society? THULE. And what they did? What? Not the Thule group. That's now the Thule Society. Did y'all go look it up? Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Please and. Did y'all go look it up? I need y'all to. In the Vril Society. I believe it's VRIL or something similar to that. Can you go look it up and tell me what they was known for while I run to the bathroom? I'll be right back. Helena? What do you mean, Helena? Not the Thule group, the Thule Society. I'll be right back. Go. You looked it up? Hold on. You synced it? Go look at what they was responsible for and understand that those people are in grandma's house right now. Some of the people that are in grandma's house, right. Some of the people that are in grandma's house was young and they came from over there during the time when them people was here. They ran here and got jobs at grandma's house. Right. I need y'all to, that's what I'm saying, because I'm about to show y'all something. I got to go in the bathroom and get something that I was looking. Oh, it's already in here. When I come back, I'm about to show y'all something. Oh, lucky. That's why I said I need y'all to go back and watch Hellboy so y'all can understand where we at right now. And then we're going to read some stuff out this book, which is kind of the stuff I told y'all a couple years ago, but it's pretty cool. All right. Did y'all go look it up? It's very, very interesting. Did y'all see it? That's crazy how people treat others and think that God is not watching that part. Y'all see it? Y'all see the peoples? Huh? Y'all seeing the connection? This told us about it. And so did this. Thank you. This and this. They talked about the Thule Society and Supernatural. Did you know? If you watch Supernatural, they did an episode, I think, where they went back to like, it was like Nazi Germany spirits or whatever else. They talked about the Thule Society in Supernatural. I don't know if y'all Supernatural fans or not, but they did. That's how I learned about them. Because when I watch TV shows, y'all know I go look up stuff. Because I be wanting to know if it's real or not. Because they put stuff right in your face. And most people, like I said, now when y'all watch TV, maybe you didn't before, some of y'all did. But is there anybody that really didn't used to pay attention? What are you talking about? You say I might not have gotten to that season yet, but I love Supernatural. Yep. Straight up plain sight. Right. So now when y'all watch movies, now you look at the background. You look at the symbols. You look at what the camera focuses on. You go look up that symbol. You go look, because now you play close attention at the words that are on the books. I took a picture of a talk show. I'm going to do that another day. But it was something that I saw. And I said, now, why would they have that book there? You said, this is crazy. I examine everything now. Good job. So, understand. You said, yes, I do a whole research assignment. And it makes the movie that much more interesting once you understand that it's just not a show. That those symbols are there. That the words that they focus in on when they zoom out and you can't see the character. All of that stuff makes a difference. The new Superman movie got a lot of information we study. I bet it do. And it's funny because we're going to talk about, look what we're looking at. It's funny you say that. I'm about to show you. You see it? A suit talking about superhumans. Uh-huh. Right? So, I want to, okay. So, we're going to get to that. But I want to show y'all something. Who's ever seen me wear this necklace? Anybody remember me wearing this? I done wore it a couple times online. I think Naisha might have sent me this, or I bought it at the hair store. One of the two. I can't remember. You said before your classes, I thought so much was fantasy. Now I know it's fact. That part. So y'all see me wear this necklace before, right? I've had this necklace, I don't know how long. Years now, for sure. Something as simple as this. I was in my bathroom, which is, y'all know, my other study space. Right? Okay. And my baby girl, Antoinette, just sent me this book. Right? Now look. I said, wait a minute. So I was reading in here. See if I can, did I mark it? Oh, I didn't mark it because it was on my phone. So it was something, hold on. Oh. So I was reading in here and they was talking about how in the UK there is a place called the City. Go look up UK, the city. They have their own mayor and everything. It's real crazy, right? Where is it? Okay, go look up the UK and then type in the city. And then look up Lord Mayor. That's what I need y'all to go look up real quick. Okay. Okay. Go look that up real quick. Oh, why is this? I might have to turn this little light off because it's starting to hurt my eyes already. Let me see if I turn it. Go look up the city or UK and then the city and then Lord Mayor and tell me what you find. Look at a picture of the middle part of it. Can you do that? Real quick. And then I'm going to read something to y'all. I'm going to have to go get my phone. Or, oh, I don't. I think it's in here. I think it's in here. Ah, it is. But I need a better picture of this. Come on. I need to see the square. Because I looked it up online, but I don't want to go get my phone. And I got this picture in here, so we're going to see if I can. I'm just going to have to use this one. Dang. Aha. This is a good one, too. Okay. I'm just going to use this one. Y'all see it? Y'all find it? You found it? No, Lord Mayor. You found it? The Queen, when she was alive, and so now it would be King Charles. Whoever this person is, they have to walk several steps behind this beam. Okay? And who remembers this? And this. Oh, where is it? Where are you? It should be right here. I hope it ain't in my room. I know I had to move some books and stuff around. Oh, it's over here. It looks just like that. Now listen, what's real crazy is, can you go look up a picture of the Vatican? Matter of fact, go look up and y'all did this before. Go look up the square in your town. Now, this ain't a good picture, but I'm gonna have to use this one. Can you see this shape? This is the Vatican, right? Look in the middle where the obelisk is. You see that that's 8 lines going into certain things, right? Around the obelisk. I don't know if y'all can see that. See in the middle part? If you look up the city, okay, you see how them lines is in there? Y'all, I was looking at this necklace and I said, wait a minute, I done seen this design somewhere before, right? So I counted the things on here. Then I'm like, wait a minute. If you lay this down, this is the shape of the Vatican. It's a freaking key. And the exact same thing is this. Do you know what made me think about it? The Mayfair witches. The necklace she had on was a key. But do you know this is the exact shape with the same 8? Exactly where those, because it's the 2 lanes in and out. There's even this little piece right there of, like, if you go look at a picture of the Vatican, you're going to see this part coming out the circle. You're going to see it. Okay? Y'all, my nails is horrible. It's them 8 pieces. They make it look like a flower. You're going to see this part right here. If you look at it from an aerial view, you're about to see this exact shape. This is the shape of the Vatican. This is the shape of that city place. And I guarantee you 9 times out of 10, if you go look up the middle of your city, this is the shape that is there. And it's going to be a main street in and out. And it's going to be 3 streets on each side of that circle that you go to in your town square or whatever, like in Indy. They got the obelisk in the middle. It's a freaking key. RJ. Ah! Thank you. Do you see it? It's on the clinics in the hospital too. Listen. I said, not they playing in our face. Baby. Listen. That's why I tell y'all, like, when I study, because I was reading about the city, and then they was talking about how it is, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's like the Vatican. The Vatican is a city within a city, and they actually rule. I said, oh, so it's one, oh, in the UK, in London too, though. And these beings, now think about it. You said key to the city got a whole new meaning. This. You said, oh, wow, it is. Here in Tennessee, downtown, you got to drive in a circle at a certain part of it. This. In Indy, too. And it's pretty much in every city. Did you look at it? Take a picture of it, because it's a trip. And most times, the monument in the middle is the shape of an obelisk. Now, they might have a person there, but if you can look at the structure from far away, it's an obelisk. See how they be playing in our face? They too. They play in our face every day. You see that? So I'm reading about this baby girl, and I'm like, wait a minute. So I look at the aerial view. I'm like, this looks just like the Vatican, right? But then I'm thinking, where have I seen this before? Then my mind went back to the Mayfair Witches, because I just got finished watching that, and I kept paying attention to the necklace. I'm saying, wait a minute. And then also, if you watch the Mayfair, whatever that is, the Mayfair Witches, let me tell you something. Baby, they puts it in your face. We're just going to be all over the place, because I got to tell y'all. Okay, so when they give the key to the city to the artist, they really reached a new level of power. Yes. And that's most times after they have signed a contract with the giant spirits that's here, because you know that's what he said, and we talk about it all the time, that their spirits could not go to a holding place. They were bound here. Thank you so much, RJ. They were bound. Hey, they were bound here, right? We know this. They were bound here. Like the giants, the titans. He even talked about that. And he said that Prometheus is one of the angels. One of the fathers. Which we talked about that. We did. And he's in the Caucasus Mountains. One of the other things that he said, which we've talked about here, is that the reason that they be going up in these mountains is exactly what they showed us in Blade and Hellboy. They go up there and they find that circle, right? Because remember now, after the flood, Cain's son, was it Cain? One of them, whichever brother, Ham, I can't remember which one. Remember, he went up and traveled up into the high mountains and got the information. You mean like they do in all of those movies? They go up to the mountain, they're trekking, and they go through there, and they find this ancient burial ground where there's this spirit that is old, and it's trying to get out, and all of this. Now, also, it made me think about the Devil's Tomb. Okay? When we see those army bases that's out in the middle of nowhere, and remember I told y'all my homeboy, told me that when he was in Afghanistan, he said, man, this stuff you would not believe. He said that's why, like, he came back and his mind was not okay. And they call him jinn, they call him this, they call him that, whatever. But baby, exactly what the Bible said, them spirits, once they left the Titans and the Nephilim bodies, they're trapped here. And we talked about how when they possess you, that you're not able to not do whatever it is that they did, right? Whatever it is that they wanted you, like whatever it is that they did when they were alive, they make you do that, right? He said the same thing in here, and I'm like, I've been trying to tell people, but they don't. I guess because I don't got no letters behind my name, they don't listen to me. But God gave it to me, so it don't matter, right? It don't matter because here's people with PhDs saying the same thing I've been trying to tell niggas for over 15 years. Like, oh, okay, well, listen to them then. Fine, they wrote it in a book, so then you believe it. Anyway, the spirits that are running our leaders, as to why we see two eyes. Thank you. As to why we see two eyes in the stars and the performers, we went into this. You said they don't want to listen, they just want to dance, laugh out loud, or whatever. Andre 3000 said that part. You heard me? This. They don't want to listen. It's okay. But it do be blowing my mind that, it's the certificate, that part. So, with that, the physical giants and the physical half human, half whatever, they've been doing that in the labs forever. We know that. I told y'all I knew that when they put a pygmy in my mama. And she was walking around with a pygmy. And then they gave her a titanium one. They want to make sure that the cells will work. Well, what's the first thing? The first hybrid, I guess, that Japan made was a pig-human hybrid. If y'all remember in the 90s and in the early 2000s, they was using pig parts as replacements in humans. They said they were the closest thing to us as far as genetics. Y'all remember this? And the bodies wouldn't reject it. Y'all remember? They did just do a whole gospel concert in the middle of that space. Yes. You remember, Michael? And in 2019, the first human hybrid, I guess, that they did in Japan was a half pig, half human. Think that has anything to do with it? I think my neighbor has a pig organ. I thought I heard her wrong, but now that you mention it, oh yeah, she do. Yeah, they will. Go look it up. It's a whole thing. And this was back in like 97. My mom had a pygmy. Pig hearts and valves. We get insulin from pigs as well. Here we go. I told y'all. And then that's the first human hybrid they do. So the little girl that we loved on Sweet Tooth, they was playing in our face. Those are the bases we're not allowed to go to. Hello. The ones where they got the helicopters flying over and people be like, I seen something in there. And they be like, they're crazy. Lock them up. Hello. You said that's why some Muslims will not let their kids or people use insulin because it's from pigs. I did not know. See, y'all be teaching me. Y'all teaching me today. Don't y'all love this class? Every day we gonna learn something. Didn't know that. Had no idea. I know they won't eat certain candies because it got pig in it. I didn't know that either. See? Every day. Every day you're gonna learn something here. Every single day. Yeah, because I showed just was like, not that they got us wearing. Me either. Mm-hmm. You said that's probably why she was one of the main characters. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. And once they knew it would work with her, but we already know because they done showed us in the movies a gazillion times. There's always a pig-human hybrid. Talking pigs, Pepper. Hello, I know. Most things have pig in it. Yeah, yeah. The gene splicing, of course. Because, okay, if the spirits of the fallen angels, my great aunt received a pork insulin for 12 years. Here we go. So think about it. If the spirits were trapped here, and the Bible talks about possession a lot, does it not? It talks about spiritual influence, demonic influence, and demonic oppression and demonic possession. He said, just was looking at this today about Japanese changing laws to do so-called research on pig-human hybrids. Yeah. Yeah. And monkey hybrids. Yeah, they done did all of them already. They already alive. We know this. They told us they was doing it last year or earlier this year or whatever. Yeah, no, it's not off topic. We do know that. Yes, that's why people have been making it out of applesauce and some well, it's because of the gelatin, but they've been making it out of marshmallow root instead of that. I want to add, well, I don't know if they gonna stay in here, but to the young lady that does the micro locks, my mama wants some, and I just want to know if I could inbox you and ask you some questions about if people can fly to you and where you be. It makes you wonder more about when God said not to eat pork in the Old Testament. Because I'm going to have you some bacon. You said there's vegetarian Jiffy. This is the thing. Can y'all look up how many major food processing plants we have here in America? It's important. Because unless you are processing your own food, you said, I know I eat a little Piggly Wiggly every now and then. He said, pray over it. I'm moving on. It is what it is. Because they was talking about that in the New Testament, but I don't know. People don't, I don't know. This is the crazy thing. I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. You'll eat some body parts, but you don't want to eat no pig? Okay. Anyway, you don't be worried about where you put in your mouth when it come to that, but you worried about a pig. Okay. Well, move on. We not gonna do that, because them be the main folks. Hello. Moving on. I learned how to make lunch meat today. Come on, India Nixie Poo. You said 1 little, 2 little, 3 little ham hocks, 5 little, 6 little hybrids, 7 little, 8 little, 9 little chitlins. Come on. I'm just trying to, y'all be so worried about your stomach, but you do not be worried about nothing else. Moving on. And them be filthier than pigs sometimes. And they be having worms and stuff. Moving on. Okay. I'm going to just put this right here. Hello. You said, right. It's going to come out. Just take your vibe. I'm trying to tell you. You know what I learned? And this could just be me. Anybody that goes to the extreme in one area has something hidden that they don't want to talk about, that they can't stop doing. That part. Do you hear me? It's like people, not everybody, but I noticed like a lot of men that are obsessed with the way, like how they work out, they be beating their women and stuff. Not all of them, but a lot of them. It's women that do this too. They they're hyper obsessive or whatever over certain things, and it's because there's no balance. They compensate with this other thing, right? So you might eat super healthy, but you screwing like crazy. And you don't protect yourself, or you don't do certain things when you do it. Like, I've seen it a million gazillion times. Yeah. It don't matter. Like, you'll have one thing and you're just this. But over here, you'll be like, are you crazy? You said it has a lot to do with sexuality and the anger that comes out. But this is with women too. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? It's a real thing of when folks hyper, focus or whatever you want to call it. I can't think of the word I'm looking for. On one thing, that's because there's a whole bunch of stuff that they don't deal with. You hear me? And so they only want to look good in this one area. Hyperfixation. Thank you. That's what it is. Yeah, hyperfixate. Thank you. I couldn't think of it. When they hyperfixate on one thing, it be all of this crazy stuff in the background. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you only talk about the gym, or you only talk about eating clean, or you only talk, like, everything is what is on the other side of that? I mean, you can even use church. It's the same thing in church. You have to have a balance in life, and you have to work on everything and not just one thing. And be doing the most river dancing off into the sunset. They think nobody know this part. You said they are the ones who have heard all about the members being revealed. What you mean? Workaholics usually fighting pain. Yep. Know the deal. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. One of my parents is a prime example of what I'm telling y'all. And I've seen it in several areas. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But that's why I wanted this place to be a place where you could come in and get all your uglies out. Does that make sense? Hopefully some of you have become more well-rounded people since being here. And I'm not saying that's because of me. I'm saying God makes you well-rounded. Because you don't just work on one thing. You work on everything. And so then your plate gets fuller. You're not just eating chicken McNuggets and fries every day. Now you adding other things to your palate so that your spiritual life can grow. Right? No? You got to deal with everything. And I'm thinking that this podcast that y'all talking about, I haven't watched a lot of it. I think I did share it because I did see the lady about Biggie, and I think somebody else. But this the thing. If people could tell their testimonies, we wouldn't have so many self-unalivings. We wouldn't have so many people that are addicted to, hard substances and things like that. Most people cannot talk about it if they are not under the influence of something. They will hide that part of themselves away forever, if they can, until the day that they die. No? All the testaments that we read, when did they tell the people what they did? All the brothers of Joseph, all of them. Any of the last will and testaments, because that's what we was listening to, the last will and testaments of those men before they died. You said, in a sense, I was taught that a drunk man's talk is a sober man's. That's what I just said, baby. I said they're not going to tell you unless they're under the influence of something. That's what I just said. That's exactly what I just said. That's the only time you'll get the truth. Or who, and then you can't even trust that, because a lot of times once they get completely drunk, it ain't even them talking no more. It's the spirit. So you got to even watch that, because it could be a person that is being manipulative. The spirit is manipulating you. Anybody ever been with an alcoholic or had a good friend and they can manipulate you? Like it's like they'll take you up to the level. And I'm not saying everybody, and I'm not trying to offend nobody. If that's the case, if you're here, if you struggle with that, I'm not trying to offend. I mean, you might have even realized it with yourself, that it's like they'll take you up to a level, and then that spirit that is using them, and this ain't everybody, this is just certain folks, because some people can handle their liquor and it be what it is, but some people cannot, and they will take you up to a level of like anger or whatever, and then that spirit will kick in and they start to manipulate you and cry, and all of these things, and it's like, whoa, hold on. But that's what spirits come to do. They need that energy. So now they got you upset, and you didn't charge the atmosphere with anger, right? And then it's another spirit that's going to step in, manipulation, and then it brings you to sadness and confusion. You hear me? You said my husband been sober for 5 years, so yep, I've seen it. So anger came in, disappointment came in, strife, because normally you start to argue, that's 3. And then if they start to cry or whatever else it is, now it don't have to be a person that does this. It could be a narcissist, because this is narcissistic behavior as well, is it not? This is narcissistic behavior as well. They take you up to a level to where you charge the atmosphere's charged with all this negative energy, and then they manipulate you and try to make you feel like the bad person. They don't even have to be drinking to do that. They don't have to. And the same spirits show up. You said definitely, plus love bombing. Lord Jesus. Right. Okay? And it's all to siphon what is already in you. And you could have used that energy for something positive, but the devil wants it. Because they're energy now. That's all. I mean, they don't get to feel unless they're in a body. Okay? Y'all remember what showed up when the fallen angels' children showed up? War, unaliving, all of that stuff comes. Whatever they did when they was alive, they gonna do if they inhabit your body. If you let them in your house. Do you see what I'm saying? The enemy don't care who he used to do that. And they go below the belt to get a rise out of you so they can siphon your... Listen. And this is my coffee. Yep. And a lot of that is because, again, that makes them feel strong. I don't have to siphon nobody else's energy. I feel strong when I give people energy, when I put good energy into people. It's just like I told y'all with Monsters, Inc. That's a real thing, and people don't believe it. You're going to charge the atmosphere either way. You're going to choose how to charge it. Is it a negative or a positive charge? Hello. Okay? Now, think about this. They told us that this Wi-Fi and stuff is harvesting our energy. This is why people feel super exhausted. Nothing gets done. They don't feel productive. What are they using the energy for? AI? You mean to power demons? This what we doing? Huh? Because what they said that they are able to siphon, good night, they are able to siphon our energy. This is why everybody doom scrolls and you feel tired and your body ain't moved, what are they doing with the energy? If you watched Hellboy, what happened when they got too close to the portal? Hey, Pumpkin. Y'all know? You said, and the AI is at an all-time high. Makes sense. And people are less productive. Like a Sailor Moon and the Negaverse. Oh man, I ain't seen Sailor Moon in a long time. Would they get sucked in, nephew? You said be on TikTok for hours aimlessly. What they doing with the energy? Suck through. Yep. Is this not a portal? And people get trapped in portals, do they not? Or tore apart. Come on. You said they were using all sorts of methods to siphon the energy of the people, from jewelry to food to a whole bunch of things, and they used the energy to power themselves. In Sailor Moon, that used to come on when my nieces was going to school. I need to go back and watch that. Y'all guess? You said I stopped my daughters from watching Sailor Moon when they were kids. Like in like 94, 95. That's when my niece used to be watching that before they used to come on before y'all went to school. Interesting. The cartoon, or is it anime? Or is the cartoon anime? Y'all talking about the one from the 90s? Or is it a different one? Okay. Okay, so that is anime. Oh, so I guess I kind of do. All right. Okay. Well, now that we know, okay, well, let's get back to this real quick. So now that we know that these things right here is a key, right? We already know the middle of the city of each city is a key. You said I was just talking about Sailor Moon too. Now I think about it, they was using the fear from to open up. You know exactly. Exactly. On Monsters Inc., the fear of the kids, it was what was powering the city and opening the doors. We said it's the one from the 90s, but there was a group of villains that actually used that method in order to power themselves to compact the ones that were trying to bring the truth, peace, and interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna have to go back and watch Sailor Moon. I did not, and see what they be putting in our kids' heads, and we think because it's cute and it's a cartoon that it ain't real. Look how crazy that is. What the heck did I do with lip gloss? I didn't put it somewhere. Oh, there we go. That's crazy. Well, this book my baby gave me, I'm about to read some to y'all, and y'all tell me if it have anything to do with it. You said all the messages be in the kid movies, and do. Like charging your phone when it sits, but still it's making your body be still while you're asleep. Yeah, it do be messing with your sleep. You said Pokemon are demons. I know, pocket monsters. Oh, I already had an experience with my son when he was 5 or 6 with that. Charles or whoever it was, somebody showed up in our house with the bird feet and the fire and something. And that nigga lost it. And it's because he had snuck one of them the gold cards, the real thick, like it was like a metal thing. He snuck it in the house, and I had told him he couldn't have it, and the little boy next door traded in for something, and he got it. Well, that same night, that demon showed up in our house. And that nigga was like, mommy. I said, all right, you playing. You can play all you want to. These spirits gonna be tormenting you while you sleep. Crazy. You better quit. Yes. Sure did. He said it wasn't Charles or it was somebody. Whoever had the bird feet, I remember. Because it had the bird feet on it, the like bird feet, and then I don't know. It's when it grew up though. It wasn't so I don't know if their names changed once they grow up into something else, but he was something, and then he grew when he transformed into something that looked like he had like ostrich feet or something. I don't know. But whatever that was, yeah, showed up in my house and had that nigga scared to death. You said now they're putting the demons' names in Call of Duty and Minecraft. They've been doing that. They've been doing it. Why are our warships called the Destroyer? They've been doing it. They was doing it in, what's the name? You said Blaziken. I don't know who it was. You said, were you strict on what movies you showed your kids when they was small? Yeah. They still talk about the fact that they couldn't watch Family Guy, Something Dad, and SpongeBob. Battleship, yep. They was just talking about that the other day. They said, remember when Mom wouldn't let us watch SpongeBob and didn't? And look at all the stuff that's in SpongeBob. All of it's real. I did not. No, they couldn't watch that. They couldn't watch all kind. They couldn't watch The Simpsons either. Absolutely not. You not about to be. And we watched it every time it was on, but you won't be watching it. I didn't let them watch a lot of stuff. Not until they got to a certain age. You said the medicine we sometimes take are named from them. Yeah, of course they are. So anyway, let's get to this because I want to show y'all something. Let's do this. We didn't got all the way anyway over here. So we are hearing about eugenics right now. Now, mind you, this book that Antoinette sent me was published in 2014. Okay. This book was the book I'm about to read out of was published in 2014. Okay. But can I read something to y'all and y'all tell me if it sounds like our news right now? Yeah. Yeah, it's a real thing. They show up. How many of y'all kids was having a lot of nightmares or frequent night terrors when you came here and they don't have as many now? Is there anybody that your kids used to have a lot of nightmares or more than they have now? I mean, they have more than they're having now. Maybe you taught them to pray or you went through their room. Anybody? Your babies? They don't have as many night terrors anymore. You said squeezing it. You said my son had them when he was 3. Okay. He's 32 now. Oh, okay. No, I'm seeing folks that have young children that have been here. You said your middle child? Okay. I'm saying if your kids have been here and since you came here, if your baby's night terrors have kind of went down a little bit. Or they don't have as many anymore. Because I can only judge from what happens when y'all got here. I don't be knowing what happened before. You said they completely went away? Interesting. High five, Mama. You said they didn't have bad nightmares, but they could feel something in the room, and I had to go in and pray over the room, over them, like you said, and now they say, I'm not scared to be in the room. Okay. Okay. I just want to see, because if you put certain things to work, you should be able to see a different outcome, right? You said, yes, my son had a couple possession episodes, and since we prayed, I've told him that I believe him, that it wasn't, You said, yes, my son had a couple possession episodes, and since we prayed, and I've told him that I believe him, he hasn't had one in about 2 years. Come on with that. Come on. I believe you, baby. You not. Come on. See? That's the stuff I be wanting to hear right there. And yeah, come on, nephew. You see how that work? That's the stuff I be wanting to hear. Because then that means God is working. You know that, right? Not that he's never not, but we don't use him like we can. Right? Because we assume that the doctors want our babies to get better, but if you've been watching, the movies that we've been watching, you see that that's not really the case most times. They need another boat, jet, vacation, paying off doctor bills or something. I don't know. Not doctor bills, but school bills. Like, there are sicknesses that cannot be healed by medicine. Do you believe that? Hmm. The people in the South know, because they'll tell you to go see that lady because they know it's a spiritual sickness. They either gonna take you to the church or they gonna take you to that lady, right? Any Southern folks here? You said just like they claiming they're curing everything now. Come on, it ain't curing nothing. How they curing it and all the side effects on the side of the bottle? You said, and I believe the things I've learned here, and I've passed it on, and now he has knowledge and know how to cry out to Jesus. Come on. Ooh, girl. Come on. So then even the people that don't worship God, right, know that there is a sickness that can be put on you that ain't no medicine gonna help you. Because it's a spiritual sickness, right? So if churches don't want to acknowledge demons, how folks gonna get well? And with most of the medicine named after the demon. And wonder why their situation keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I'm asking. Because I hate to say it, it's a lot of sick people in the church. How y'all that close to Jesus and you still like real ill? That don't make no sense. Because Jesus is a healer. Now, some things he might let you struggle with in your body, but for the most part, he ain't. If he the same, y'all like saying he the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. Well, he was healing sick folks. He was healing blind folks. He was people that couldn't walk. He was doing this. He was bringing people back from the dead, and so was his disciples. So what's going on? You said they will stay shackled in bondage with no budge room. Come on, nephew. You said if the mayor's named after demons, how can you get better? This sport. I know we probably read this before, but I'm gonna say this, and I'm not gonna go into detail. But I read a different version of the Gospel of Thomas, and y'all know what it said in there. And it might have said it somewhere else. I just don't remember it. But we done read a lot of stuff. It said that if you die and go to hell, and you like whatever diseases and stuff that you have, it's gonna be on that side too. But there will be no end of that pain. I said that's messed up. So it be people that say, you know, yeah. I'll be right back. Ah! I said, wait a minute, what? Do you know how crazy that is? Because people be like, oh, they at rest now. But no. Not everybody. Right. It's some evil people that done left here, right? They say that at every funeral they do. But and think about this. Okay. What disease on earth will allow worms to crawl in and out of your body? How many different diseases or skin conditions will allow worms to crawl in and out of your body. Just real quick. If we got some medical folks in here, if y'all want to go look it up, can y'all? Because one of the things that we've read is that over there, it's going to be worms going in and out of the body. So it makes sense. You said flesh eating amoebas. Okay. Is it real worms though? Uh-huh. You said the dead knows nothing. Interesting. Uh-huh. You can't just read those, Miss K. You gotta go past. Yeah, you gotta read the rest of it. You said both flies, gangrene, parasites, and maggots. And you gotta understand this. Your body is gonna be resurrected and it's going back to the same body you have. So yeah. It's amazing though how all of these people die and they come back and they can tell us stories and they was dead, but they came back alive. Mm-hmm. You said both flies, gangrene, and parasites and maggots. Interesting. MRSA. Interesting. That might be for the people that go talk to the dead and ask the dead questions. But we even see when Samuel died. Not Samuel. Yeah, it was Samuel. When Samuel died and King Saul was wanting to talk to him and they brought his shade up and Saul was dead. So I think that might not apply to everything. Because the prophet was dead and when they brought his shade up, he was able to tell old boy that him and his kid was gonna die the next day, and they did, and he had been passed away. What about Lazarus? You don't think that he recounted what he saw when he went there? You said tapeworms, heartworms, flukes, flatworms, hookworms, and roundworms. Oh, right. Okay. Well, you gotta read some more because it's some other stuff going on around here. They give you the most basic version when you read KJV, Miss K. You gotta go a little deeper because even, I mean, writing your Bible, it kind of just talked about Samuel, the prophet. So I don't know. Anyway. So when I saw that, the man in hell that sent word to his brothers not to go there. Right? Sometimes there are interpretations of a certain scripture. They just made it easy for people, but it's a lot more to that. Y'all read the book of Belle and the Dragon, Susanna, Belle and the Dragon, or whatever that book is, and they said that that's the rest of Esther. I saw that, what's his name? Pastor Darby said the same thing. He said the same thing. I just lost my train of thought. You said trichomonas caused by the single one cell parasite is a very common STD from bedtime lullabies to full action pictures. Listen, this is the thing. He was saying that they took it out, and y'all remember when we was talking about that, and people didn't believe me. I said it's a lot of Bibles because they felt like people wasn't going to be able to handle everything. They made it nice. I mean, you got to think, even Enoch was taken away out of his physical body for 60 days. And he came back. And he was able to give them books. If somebody go away and out of their physical, if somebody lay, even if God didn't take his physical body, come on, and he just took his spirit, that means he lay somewhere in a trance or something for 60 days. A coma, something. He wasn't where he was at, and they still can't come on. So we gotta use stuff in the right kind, because it's right in our, Okay. And I know we talked about this a little bit. We just all over the place. This is how our classes go. Did y'all look into Genesis 1 and Genesis 2? Did y'all look into it? Did we talk? We talked about it. Did y'all look into it? Did I talk to y'all about it, or just talk to my kids about it? I think I talked to y'all about it too, didn't I? Or no? With the creation story, or did I not talk to y'all about that? Did I? I thought that was one of the classes I had right before we got off. Okay, y'all don't remember that, so I didn't talk to y'all about it. Okay, do me a favor. Go to Genesis 1 and just skim over Genesis 1. And then go to Genesis 2 and skim over Genesis 2 real quick while I run to the bathroom, and tell me what you see. Just skim. Okay? Skim, like go to your easy reader, wherever you read. Skim over Genesis 1 and then skim over Genesis 2 and tell me what you see. So I didn't even talk to y'all. Oh, man. We got a whole bunch. I didn't even talk to y'all about it. I ain't even talked to y'all about it. Oh, man. Okay, go look at Genesis 1. Skim over Genesis 1. And then, let me get mine. Listen, we supposed to be over here, but it all having everything to do with what's going on here, too. Y'all about to skim over Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 real quick? Okay? Just skim over. And then skim over Genesis 2. Y'all gonna do it? Yes. Okay, and then we'll go back to this. It have everything to do with all of this anyway. All right. Oh, man. I can't believe I didn't talk to y'all. Maybe that's what I was going to talk to y'all about yesterday. We didn't get to it. Y'all got it? I can't believe I didn't talk to y'all about this already. Oh, man. Y'all skimmed? Ooh, you seen it. Yes. It goes from God to Lord God. Look at my baby. High five. Y'all seen it? You synced it. So I asked my brother, who's a minister, I said, why did he say? Because he has something to lord over. And then I talked to my son, and my son said, Mom, God fit us into his space. Right? He was saying he was watching something and it made sense. He was like, God made space for us. He already had consumed like everything. Right? And it was powerful, the conversation we had. But I even asked my brother, I said, is that because Jesus was there? Jesus had been created by two. And then when you start going further in the Bible, sometimes it just say the Lord. And we know that Lord replaces Jesus or Yahweh or whatever name you call the Savior by. No? Y'all see it? There's also another thing in 1 and 2 that blew my mind. Because in 1, it says that God made all the seeds and the fruits and the trees, and it all came forth. But in 2, it said it had never rained on the earth, and there was no plants and stuff. You see it? So did God create the garden first, everything in the garden first, okay? I know. He was there when God said, let us make man in our image, but he was the light of the world that was created, right? He was the great light. You said heavy emphasis on restoration on our behalf. But look at that, because in 1, it says all the seed bearing this and that and da-da-da-da. And in it 2, it say that it hadn't rained and then all of the plants. So was that 2 different places? Is it? Do you see it? It might be 3. Do y'all see it? In 1, it's talking about that he made the plants and the trees and the this and the that. But then it's either 2 or 3. I got it on my iPad, on this iPad. It says that it wasn't there. So where was those things created at? Where was that? You see it? Ain't that crazy that that's right there, and I've been reading the Bible my whole life and didn't pay no attention to that? You see it? So I've been in that too. That's why I said it's a lot going on. I've been all over the place because I didn't went back to Genesis. Like, wait a minute. In Hebrew, it breaks down that the Lord God is mercy and judgment. Satan only saw the judgment part of God. Interesting. It says he created a mistake to water them. A mistake. He said he put Adam in the garden. He did. But I need y'all to see that part right there. I need y'all to see that. Right? Because when we read it, we read, oh, he made the mist. Exactly. Well, he created the mist, but it also says that it hadn't rained yet, and the water came up out of the ground. Right? And we also read that in the Rechabites, because it don't rain there either. And they get their water from the base of the trees, remember? And all of the plants, the water comes up, it waters everything, and then it goes back down. when he want them to fast. You said yes, it says no one was able to tend to the soil, so nothing grew because there was no rain. Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. But do you see it say he agreed? So was the garden created in the spirit first, and he made all the seeds and everything, and then and think about this now. When we read Adam and Eve, it said that God kicked them out into a place that was like a barren place. Remember, they said they looked for it and it was like dirt and rocks and sand, and he put them in the cave, remember? You said that goes with him taking away his name from him, and yet they were getting the benefits of his mercy. Listen. But think about that, right? Because again, I told y'all, I've been looking at this whole, Jesus been showing up the whole time. He been showing up, like, but that's, to me, the mystery of it all is that when he says, I always been here, we knew that he was created in this, that, and the other, but he was showing up on earth before he was even born. Just like the Terminator dude. You see what I'm saying? Jesus was created before the angels. You said in Enoch, I believe, when God spoke to the second elements that was invisible, then he said, reveal yourselves for light and darkness. Come on. Come on. The two great lights, Mari, you are all in my business. Because guess what? Lucifer is identified as the morning star, Venus. Venus is brightest right before the sun come out. You mean like the light of the world? He's the great light of the night. People think it's but they said Venus is the brightest star right before dawn. That's why he's called son of the dawn. That's his star. It was, Becky. I've been doing my research. He's the great light of the darkness. Yes, Isabel. Yeah. And when the sun come out, oh, he can't shine that right now. Oh, okay. The light of the world. Hello. Because if the sun dies, then the world ceases to exist. Hello. He said I had to read that part several times to get the full concept in that passage. Come on. It's real. I was wondering this on Saturday after telling my grandson of the 7 days creation. Right. Right. Because then the sun and the moon and the stars was made. He made two great lights, and then the stars, and then the lower lights like the sun and the moon. Hello. Lucifer shows up as light, and Jesus do too. Son of the morning, son of the dawn, that star comes out, and it's the brightest right before the sun comes out. I've been doing my research, y'all, and I'm like, wait a minute, because that, what is it, Paramount? Lucifer. You know how we see the statue, and it's like the stars all aligned right there, and then we see the thing with the, you said Jesus was in the beginning. That's why it says, let us, I know this, y'all. I know this, but you got to go and read it, because it was God, and then it was the Lord God, and that's because Jesus had been added. Jesus was the first thing that he made, the light of the world. And then he made the sun, and then he made the moon, and then he made the stars. If you go read 1 and 2, you'll see it. He said God said he was going to destroy the stars when he come back. You said it's kind of makes sense, because after Lucifer got kicked out of the heavens, he was the light in heaven. But when he got cut out, he was in the darkness on earth. No, no, he wasn't the light of heaven. Jesus is the light of heaven. But he was one of the lights in the heaven. But he rules over the darkness because think about it. He rules over the stars like he do in Hollywood. He rules the stars on earth too. He go to and fro. Right? He rules over the stars that's on earth as well. Satan was hoping God showed judgment to Adam and Eve like he did him, but God showed them mercy when he changed the Lord to Lord God, because the zeal of Jesus' faith had become sealed. Right. 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 He had to send the Savior. But he already knew the Lord is the light. The big light that was created is Jesus. We know that. He's the light of the world. And if you look at it, it talks about the lower lights and the stars. Of course he was. But that's why I said when you go back and you read Adam and Eve, it changed. It's like, oh my God, when it said the Lord was walking through the garden, well, we know God wasn't doing that. Not in his, because it says no human person can see God's face and live. Well, Adam and Eve was the first humans. But it said God came and talked to them. God talked to Moses face to face. Jesus did. The part of God that we are able to comprehend and see with our eyes, okay? Interesting. I don't know nothing about that part, but okay. That's pretty interesting. Miss Facade, I didn't know that. Do you see what I'm saying? The part of Jesus, the part of God that we could see, right? Because it says that God came and stood in the doorway, or the Lord came and stood in the doorway and called Samuel. Hello? When it say the Lord came and stood, what does that mean? And it says he came and stood in a lot of places. And it says he stood. But to stand, you need some legs and stuff. And what is the physical part of God that we can see? Jesus. Period. There's no, to me, that is the secret they've been hiding right in our face. And I could be wrong, but it makes perfect sense. Because again, like I said, he kept showing up several times before he was born. You said, wow, I just got done reading Genesis recently and didn't catch this till now. That's the secret they've been hiding in plain sight. He been here. But they gave us pieces of it with the boys in the it's been a couple of different times. And even Melchizedek, even though we read about Melchizedek, but he got no beginning and no end. Well, we know for a fact that even after Jesus was crucified, because get this. Do y'all realize that the miracle of the fishes happened after Jesus had already been resurrected? And I'm not talking about where he divided it. I'm talking about where Peter's boat was overflowing. It was 7 days from the time Jesus had been resurrected to when that miracle happened. It was on the 7th day. Hello. Did y'all know that? Some of y'all probably already knew. Did y'all know? You can read it for yourself in your KJV, honey. I read it in several different versions because I said, wait a minute. They preached this like this happened before he was crucified. No, it was 7 days after he had been raised from the dead. It was after Thomas had said, I need to put my fingers in the holes in your hands and in your side. It was after that. Hello? And it says that they didn't recognize him sitting on the side of the... Go look it up for yourself. Go look it up. Go look it up right now. Go look it up in your regular Bible. Please. Go look it up. Please. Please. This is what I've been doing when I ain't been on here with y'all. Because I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because I was reading the other Gospel of Thomas and it threw some stuff. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought this. So I went to the look. Go look it up for yourself. Please. And tell me if you see what I synced over there. No? Y'all don't want to go look it up? I synced it. I called my godmother like, Mama, wait. Hold on. And if they didn't know who he was, you see it? That he could have been showing up in all kind of places. You see it? I don't know about y'all, but I thought that miracle happened before. I don't know why. Maybe it was just my... Whatever you miss, Joy, you know you can always go back. You looking for... Right. You're looking for the miracle of the fish when he told Peter to launch out in the deep. Y'all see it? Hey, T. Y'all see it? You said, in my limited knowledge while listening, Jesus is the very cheat code to go around or bypass certain laws that he wouldn't normally be able to do because he gave earth and land to earth. You said, huh? He wouldn't. You said, in my limited knowledge while listening, Jesus is the very cheat code to go around or bypass certain laws. Yes. That he wouldn't normally be able to do because he gave earth and land to earth. I don't understand. Jesus was both and had access to rearrange everything the way he wanted to. Yes, he gave earth to man. Right. Maury, it's so much stuff that is right in front of our... Listen. It's so much stuff that is right in front of our face. It is freaking mind-blowing in the KJV. In the regular KJV, I said, wait a minute. Wait. And y'all know I study. I read. I do this. This is what I do. Baby, I said, now, I didn't been reading. Wait. It is mind-blowing. It is. It is. Which makes the lost books make even more sense when we read like Paul and Thecla. And it says she wanted to see Paul or Peter or whoever. And she was like, if I could just see him. And it say Jesus showed up as him. I'm going to be honest. It makes me think about the people that say they ran into Jesus. It makes me think about that because he said at the end times that he was going to come down and visit his creation and be walking amongst us before he showed himself to all of us. It makes perfect sense. I don't care what nobody said. I said, oh, because if he was showing up, man, listen. I said, wait a minute. Wait. And he said, if you call him, he gonna come? How? If you can't make it make sense? He said, I'm gonna be right there with you. Not just in spirit. I don't think that's what it is, because when he died, he became omnipresent as well. That means he can be in heaven and on earth at the same time. Hold on. I believe it was Jesus every time that appeared on earth in physical while dad stayed on the throne. Exactly. So anytime that it says that the Lord came and spoke to them, we already know who it was. That's why they put Lord in there. Ugh! That's the freaking ha ha funny. We put it right in your face that we tell you he ain't real, but whole time he was showing up before he was even born. And then they made that black lady made the movie Terminator, and that's exactly what happened. John Connor or whatever his name hadn't been born yet. The mama and the daddy met. Listen, those my hair baby. Come on, listen, Maria. If you think about the Terminator, she didn't even know she was talking to her son the whole time. Now, who remembers reading the birth of Mary when it said when Jesus was born, he started talking to his mama? Noah, talking about hot out the twat. He said, you know who I am, right? I'm Jesus of Nazareth, your son, but really your father. But the Lord came and told her that she was going to have, well, he used the angel, but what king y'all know don't go around with his peoples with him? Because remember, it said, Lucifer was like, call your angels, because they right here, they can't do nothing. And Jesus said, I don't need them, but they here. I don't know any kings that or presidents that travel without their security detail. When the angel of the Lord showed up, the Lord was probably there as well, because this is Lucifer's kingdom. Is it not? And you can't just go to a king and not tell him, like, announce your whatever. Think about it. Which is why he had more freedom and authority from youth. Come on. Think about it. When another king or a president go visit another president, they bring their security detail. But they also have to get these things in writing before they're going to be coming. Well, Jesus had been telling Lucifer he was coming the whole time. That's why they kept trying to get rid of all the Hebrew boys, because they knew he was going to show up. Hello. They kept trying to kill off the line before he could actually show up physically, but he had already been showing up. So every time that it say that the Lord showed up, it was Jesus. That's why he was created first. When we read in Adam and Eve, and it said the Lord came and talked to them, and he went walking through that's who it was. Because even Adam and Eve could not see God and not explode because they were still human. So when God came and talked to them and taught Adam and Eve, they was walking around with Jesus. So even when we read that God told, it says the Lord told Adam about Jesus that was going to come through his line. He was talking to Jesus the whole time. He just didn't know that was Jesus that he was talking to. Huh? The righteous bloodline being implanted in the earth to combat the imposters for the reign of the people in thrones. It's all in here. We was about to read about it. Oh, it's right here. The eugenics. This is, you see your nephew? This is what we on. Tell me they ain't played in our face. Just raise your hand. You can raise 2 if you think they've been playing in our face this whole time. And they played in our face because they showed us he showed up in several instances in the Old Testament and the New Testament, either after he was dead or before he was born. But Terminator showed us exactly what it was. Hands and feet. Girl, come on. Oh, they played in our face the whole time. Because first it was just God, and then it was Lord God. And we call Jesus the Lord or Yahweh or whatever. You know, people play with it, but it is what it is. Hello. Hello. Yahweh, whatever name, Yahshua, Yahushua, all of them names. Think about it. They played in our face. Ellen Elohim, all of them. He got a whole bunch of names. The only person I know that have seen and felt Jesus physically in the person was Yahya Vila in Puerto Rico. in his 40-day fast is the one of his books. I know this is real. He said the whole time, you never know who you're entertaining. He said that because it might be the Lord. He said the promise of Elias, Isaiah, was that Jesus would be with us even in the judgment and exile. Exactly. And outside of Enoch, it still stands that no mere man has seen the face of God. Exactly. And Enoch had to be transformed out of this flesh in order to see God and come back. Hello. It said, take off that earthly garment and put on this heavenly garment so that you can go in front of the face of the Lord. Remember? Because no earthly, nothing can be. You said, listen, outside of seeing his face in Jesus. Come on. Ooh, wee. Is this good to y'all? Because it's good to me. Huh? It's good to me. So this what I was on when I wasn't talking to y'all. I was trying to figure this out because, baby, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Hold on, wait. And so then, with me reading this other Gospel of Thomas, let me show y'all what else I saw. Now, our Bible don't say where Thomas died, right? But he got killed in India. And the stories that I read, I said, OMG. Now, it's in another space. It do make my toes wiggle justice. It do. Right? Thomas didn't want to go, and they call him Didymus. And he has another name, Judas Thomas or Didymus, the twin, right? He did not want to go to India. God made him go over there, girl. So who remembers me talking about Brahma? Who remembers me talking about Brahma is Abraham, Saraswati is Sarah, and the Gagar River is Hagar. And that they started to worship the people and not God, but they do have the word. A lot of them do. It's just they started to worship the people. Do y'all remember this? They started worshiping their ancestors. Jesus is the living water. John the Baptist was telling people about. Yeah. Okay. So look, Thomas had to go to India to spread the word, right? But why, if Abraham is the father of the Indians that are in, like, Pakistan and all of, in India, why wouldn't he teach them? I mean, because they worship him as Brahma. It's Saraswati and Hagar. It's Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar. Okay? You can go look it up for yourself. Y'all know we looked at this. Well, they got a lot of the giant history and all of that kind of stuff. They got that stuff. It's just that they started to worship them instead of worshiping God. Because if you remember, I told you, if you look at the Vedas, a lot of the Vedas is like the word. You just got to sift through, right? But Abraham is the father of the people in India. Why would he not teach them God's word? Now, whether they followed it or not, just like us, our parents took us to church, that don't mean we live the way that God wanted us to live. But also, even after that, God sent Thomas to India because by that time, they had started to worship idol gods. And they had started worshiping, girl, it is. Okay? Thomas got stabbed in the heart by a Hindu or whatever, I believe it was a Hindu priest over there for spreading the word of God in India. That's how he got killed. But the story is so good. I was like, oh my goodness. It had my toes wiggling and everything, yeah. It did. I had my toes wiggling. That's it now. This is what I need. Sometimes you just need a little jump start at something, It's hot here. That heater ain't even on. Ain't that crazy? What y'all think about that? Huh? Did y'all go and see that that miracle was after 7 days, after Jesus had already been in the thing 7 days? He had already been arisen for 7 days when Peter got all them fish. Y'all seen it? So ain't no telling how many times he done showed up since. It make you wonder if this is why the Ethiopians have a version of Jesus that nobody's seen. I mean, now, because they put that, whatever that white dude is, the Spaniard dude up there. But they have a version of Mary, right? They have pictures, which would make sense because Solomon is the father of the Ethiopians. The bloodline of David. No? Queen of Sheba, and then they son. And I said that Nipsey Hussle probably looked like Solomon a little bit. And the Halassi, whatever it's Salih Halassi, whatever his name is. Because Nipsey Hussle looked just like that man. And they got that money. They got the gold, and the Pope bows to them. The Pope and all of them, Selassie, that's his name. They bow to the Ethiopian kings. Kiss their feet and everything. The Pope do. Because they from the real line of David. The Menelik dynasty is Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. He's the father of the Ethiopian people. Their son Menelik. That's why the Ethiopians got out of that. David never existed. All right, Black Knight, you just want to say some stuff because you can. Why are you not teaching all that you know on your live instead of coming in here and bothering me on mine? If you got so much information, what I need you to do is put a picture up there so people can know what to look for, and then you go on and teach on your live. You got one, right? Okay. All right. You just want to talk. Because I believe you heard me just say that. It wouldn't be too far from that, seeing as how they're in the same region and people married for power. Princes and kings married daughters to make alliances. So it makes sense. Or did you not know? Oh, okay. Moving on. You said Nipsey is from Eritrea. They are similar to the Ethiopians. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, okay. That's like an American marrying an African right now. Or a Jamaican marrying a African American woman. Or it's the same thing. People were still traveling. Just like in Game of Thrones where they made marriages of power, those things are still happening right now. Are they not? This is why stars normally only marry stars. And it could be a British star. Look at old girl, what's her name? Zendaya. Ain't her boyfriend from somewhere else, from England or something? Look at Eve. She would be considered a queen in our day, right? Or a powerful person in our day. She went over there to the UK and married the man with all the money. And now she's like a whatever. Or what's the other girl name? Meghan Markle. You hear me? Tingling toes is early. Can you go away? We say our toes was wiggling, not tingling. I need you to go do something with your life. It's 11:23 where I'm at. You don't got nobody to lay up next to or nothing? Because you just in here just saying random stuff like you got Tourette's. I'm going to need you to not. You ain't got no picture up there. We can't see what you look like. You might be AI. I don't do all that. Go on away. Folks here tell who they is and be in the... Get gone. Do something with yourself. Yeah. Jesus, Lord. Folks don't be having nothing else better to do. Moving on. Listen. Hey, y'all know we don't do all that over here. Folks, we want to get on the internet and argue and make themselves feel important. We just trying to find out more about the Lord and about all of the secrets that's right in our face. We do not care about arguing with you or nothing. We want you to go on and do something with yourself. Do you hear me? We do not care. We don't. We over here figuring out that Jesus been showing up since the showed up, and you over here messing with our class. Go away. Thank you. Now, here we go. Back to what we was talking about. The Lord done been showing up this whole time, and they been playing in our face. Listen. He been showing up. And it's even with all the secrets that we think we done found, it's more right in front of our face. Which makes sense because he said, his word got mysteries in it. It do justice. Just like some people's between their ears is a mystery. We don't know what's in there. But, okay. So with that, thank you. Sometimes it's just rocks. Or cotton in their ears because they don't hear when you say, can you please leave? They just stay and keep talking. I don't know. It's got to be like cobwebs or something in here. So with that, even with all the mysteries that we done found, it's still more right in front of our face. Okay? Do y'all see it? Huh? Even with all the studies that y'all did before y'all came here, since we've been here, it's still more mysteries right there in our freaking face. It's mind-blowing. Do you hear me? It is mind-blowing when you just sit and don't try to hurry up and read a whole bunch of scriptures, and you really just sit and look at what you're looking at in a scripture. You be like, wait a minute, is this always said? You said, yep, and we back in Genesis again. Come on, instead of, listen, we can't get out of Genesis. I mean, we done went all the way to the end and outside of the Bible and came back, baby. We back in Genesis. Because it all goes back to the beginning, for real. You said, I need to roll back Genesis. I'm trying to tell you. Now we thought encryption at its finest is. We thought we were stripping because we couldn't see when Eve died. Right? That was the big mystery a couple years ago. So when did Eve die? Right? Well, we know when she died now. But now we got to go back because that changes the whole Bible. Does it not? If you go now and read those stories and see that Jesus was the person that showed up in every situation, does that not change your whole view of the Bible? That it wasn't this mist, that how they show us that God is speaking out of, no. That it was the whole person. But he wasn't born yet. But he was showing up talking to people and saving people and leading them and guiding them. It said the Lord led them into the desert. So you was walking with them. This is why we're supposed to study ourselves and come with notes to share amongst each other. It's so wonderful. Words can't even describe this part. Dynamics have been shifted in every story. Maury! That mean when he was showing up in a pillar, he was going up and down. Now, you know what that made me think about? When Michael kept coming to see Abraham, and it said he would shoot up, and then he would come back down instantly, and he'll tell him he got to go outside and use the restroom. He was in the burning bush, Joy. He was in the bush. He was all the places. That's what we telling you. Because if you look at Genesis 1 and in Genesis 2, it says God in Genesis. And then in Genesis 2, it says the Lord God. And then we know the Lord or Yahweh or whatever. Listen. You said Jonah and the well. Yep. You said he could have been in the mouth talking to him while all of these, yes. Convincing him of Jesus. Yes. All of the places where it said God, Jesus, the Lord showed up. It was Jesus showing up, y'all. Just go back and listen. My ankles is like this. Ooh, and my cheeks is tight. You hear me? When I went, I said, wait a minute. I have to read the Bible through a whole new lens now. I have to read that Bible. Like, I literally have to go back and read it now through a whole different lens, like a whole different pair of glasses. Hello. I feel like this is how I've been reading the Bible. And then he just did this right here. I thought the mysteries that I found was the good ones. No. I still been reading it like this. He said they got eyes, but they can't see this right here, baby. And he done did me like this. He said, and let there be light. You've been here. This is why he said, I always been with y'all. I was there in the beginning of the earth, not just in heaven. Listen, he took the scales from our eyes tonight, baby. Listen, this what your sister been with, because I didn't want to, because sometimes when he give me stuff, I don't be wanting, because I ain't all the way went through it yet. But y'all, we have think tanks. We do. Okay. Maybe I should. Maybe these ain't that bad. Let's see what these gonna do today. I don't know. Listen, since the beginning of creation, right? You said that's why I said when he said I will never leave you, yep, or forsake you, and he's been here, right? He been here the whole time, showing up. Just go find the scripture where it said the Lord said, went with them, anything. Find one. You said take us through there, take us through there. Amari, you cannot tell me that reading that and seeing that Jesus, when it said the Lord came, or he showed up, or he, when old boy said the Lord fights with us, he gonna fight with us, and then he said he don't believe you here, God. Can you please show him about the angels that's on the thing? And it was all the angel soldiers. You mean because Jesus was there? Because he is the leader of the Lord's armies, is he not? Ain't Jesus the Lord of the King of the armies? And they follow him? Our ever-present help. Y'all. And what if okay, so even though we know he was omnipresent, right? And then the devil was mad because he said, him and Beelzebub, remember they was mad because they said, when he was just in the body, like Mari said, there was only certain things that he could do because he was restricted by the flesh. But once he died and came back, he was transformed, blah, 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 blah. And it said now his spirit and his everything was omnipresent. What does omnipresent mean? I think he was with them. Or, remember when he said, if you can find me one or five or however many people, I don't remember the whole thing, when he went in inside him. But remember, he was saying, the Lord said, well, find me one person. What if Jesus was saying, okay, well, go down there and find me 5? Go down there, because it say God saw what they was doing and come on, man, listen. Ooh. You said, I always wonder why they would say, here I am, and every time they were getting a message in all the places at one time. Do you hear me? And thinking about it now, they never knew what the Christ would look like before the revealing. Fast forward to his conversation with Mama Mary. Come on. Come on, Mari. Listen, Rika. Y'all, so y'all feel me then. Because I was a little nervous to bring this to y'all for real. Because I was like, I don't know, sometimes but I wanted to talk to y'all. I thought I did. I guess it was my brother and my godmother and then my mom. I thought I had talked to y'all about it, baby. I got all kind of notes and stuff on this because I was like, this is mind blowing. Wait a minute, he did these miracles after he had already been, crucified and stuff. When it's preached, I mean, I don't know if maybe I wasn't reading it right. It seemed like all of these things happened prior to him being crucified. So it's like I've been reading this Bible a long time, baby, and he still just every time it be a little different. He said he was standing in one spot talking to 5,000 and everybody heard this part. Is y'all toes wiggling too? Is they? Because mine says they down here like that. Y'all hear him popping? And it was happening when I was reading this as well. Now, Antoinette sent me this book, and some of this has everything to do with what I was telling y'all earlier. So, you said yes. And how about in Matthew when he was talking to the disciples and they got to see Moses and Elijah? He was there and he was there with them and they was on two different mountains. This part. This part. This. All of this. Right? He was bending space and time. Think about it. Even when Lucifer took him up and he said he was able to see all the kingdoms of earth. Y'all know that was spiritual and natural. Right? Because what place in the world can you stand on the top of a mountain and see China, Russia, everywhere, America, and you can see all the kingdoms? Where does that happen at? Where does it happen? Think about it. It says that Lucifer took him up and he saw all the kingdoms of the earth. How? Because God said his kingdoms here are spiritual darkness. So it wasn't just the natural, the carnal kingdoms and states and cities. He saw the kingdoms that we don't see as well. The shadow governments, the real ones. Yeah. You said blow me back when I read Matthew 17. Girl, yeah. This is what I'm saying. These mysteries is right in front of our face. And they was telling us without telling us that he was bending space and time. Especially when your mind is elevated spiritually, then you go back and reread. You find something new every time. Listen. You said in 2 Kings 17, it says, get through all prophets here, the one Israel, and keep my statutes. Right. Okay. All right. Here we go. So, real quick, did y'all go look up the Thule Society? Because all of this has a lot to do with what we're talking about right now, too. Where are most of the research places where they doing like the CERN and stuff? Are they always in the base of a mountain? Deep down. And you might already know what I'm about to read. Shh, don't say nothing. Okay, so y'all did go look up the Thule Society, right? I'm on page 168, little lady, if you want to know where I'm at. Where I am. Okay, so listen to this. Preparation for the return of the Watchers. It says, I have noticed, now mind you, this book was published in 2014. Listen now, 2014. I've noticed an explosion in technology and accelerated corruption of mankind and an unprecedented movement away from the things of God since the turn of the 20th century. I believe the watchers of the pre-diluvian age have returned. And the Lord said unto Michael, go and bind Semyaza and his associates who have united themselves with women so as to have defiled themselves, we know this, with them in all their uncleanliness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth. What's the valleys? What's the valleys of the earth? I used to live in one. Anybody ever lived in a valley? If you've lived in a valley, please name it. I need coffee. I lived, yeah, in Arizona. There's one, the base of a mountain, Sacramento. Okay. I'm saying if you lived, you said Lehigh Valley. Okay. Garden Valley. Okay. Garden Valley, East Valley, Valley View. Okay. Any ones that are overseas or anything? I need to put these back on here before they get scratched. Sierra Vista is a valley. Okay. Anybody else? Atlanta is actually in the valley of the Piedmont Mountains. Interesting. That's interesting. Okay. In LA, yep. Los Angeles is a valley. Look at the places y'all named, and I wonder what spirits are running through there. Now, who remembers, I believe it's in Adam and Eve, that Cain was mad because he had to go down into the valley. Do y'all remember that? Was it Cain? It wasn't Cain. I'm talking about after the flood. One of the brothers had to go down into the valley, not Cain. Um well, it was Seth's lineage was living up higher, and then Cain's had to go down into the valley. Well, because that's how they end up sleeping with the women, right? But it's crazy because most powerful people, as soon as they go the other way away from God, they put themselves up on high hills and high mountains away from the valley, right? Which is exactly what Lucifer did. He put himself high and God threw him low. Well, the same thing happened with his brothers, the watchers, and the other angels that came down. You said, I think about Valley Girls and Clueless. Yeah. Think about it. Lucifer exalted himself, God hurled him down. These angels, the watchers, enlighten women and men's minds, enlightened or heightened or elevated, and God cast them all down. The angels, their children, their wives, the whole their beasts that they made and everything. Now, the fallen angels, what did he do? They came from a lofty place. They came from heaven. But when they made it with the women, God put them lower than the humans. You said, I saw the chains and chambers of the Euphrates. Listen, okay, so let's talk about it. Mind blowing, right? I'm telling you. So look, it says, and when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations, which is 4,900 years, in the valleys of the earth till the day of their judgment and of their consummation, to the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. So it says the book of Enoch tells us that this special class of angel was bound for 70 generations. After making my own calculations, I determined that their release would have occurred somewhere around AD 1900. To verify my estimate of their time of release, I contacted Nephilim researcher Rob Skiba. Here is a section of his email, blah, 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 blah. So he talks about, he said, assuming this timeline is correct, I believe the watchers were judged, bound, and buried about 3000 BC, assuming the lesser number of 70 years for a generation. It's 4,900 years. I'm skipping through this. Basically, and that brings us to it says, brings us to the end of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century. In my mind, this helps explain the very massive increase in technology and transportation in a very short period of time. What y'all think about that? The book is called The Shinar Directive. But we talked about that, didn't we? Did we talk about it? That technology is the magic that the fallen angels gave the people, and that's why God was mad. And they said the 1900s and early 20th century was the revolution, the machine revolution. That's when industry came and they started building all of this stuff. Remember? Because think about it. God said there's nothing new under the sun. We already did this research now. We already know that the Akkadians had cell phones and they had ways to fly and open portals. We already know that they already did all this. Just got the audible. Okay. Okay. You hear me? So think about that. Mm-hmm. Well, they showed you AI in all the Disney, didn't they? Mirror, mirror on the wall is AI. It was always a spirit that was speaking through the mirror or through the water. On top of, you said on top of the century, you said they don't want us to know about the one they hid. Yeah. I told you, I remember in 1988, a pastor came and said they hid some time. You said, did you say Shinar as in book? Sounds like a Shinar tokens friend. Well, Shinar, you got to think. Shinar is where the Tower of Babel was. And it makes sense because that's when all the people came together and they was uniting together to go to fight against God. Well, what's getting ready to happen in World War III? Eventually, it's going to be a war fought again between, yes, the sons of light and the sons of darkness, which is the same war that's already been fought. That war was fought in heaven first. Hi, son. That war was fight. What? I called you earlier. Are you okay? I love you too. I called you earlier, boy, man, and you didn't answer. And then I took a nap. Are you okay? I do know that, but I called you earlier before work. Oh, you was at the shop. Okay. Okay. Because I said, I know he seen me calling him, but I didn't text because I figured you might be asleep. I was just telling them what we was talking about. Yeah. World War III is the war that they're going to fight against. But again, who remembers now? In the book, all the magic people fought the ultimate evil. Interesting. So think about this too, right? What happened with the Titans, y'all? And we know from Enoch, the 10th chapter and 11th chapter of the first book of Enoch, y'all, that God said, make them watch their kids destroy each other. And remember, we talked about Percy Jackson. The guys couldn't do nothing. They had to watch their kids destroy each other. That was the children of the fallen angels. Right? Now, we know for a fact that the Bible said that the spirits of the watchers was going to come back at the last time. The giants and the spirits of the giants and everything. Well, they ain't never left, but they were going to inhabit bodies, and the war that they were going to go into was going to be fueled by the Nephilim. Right? And even since then, we didn't have real giants showing up. In all different places of the earth, people that's real big. Standing on a mountain and somebody is way down at the base of the mountain, and that thing, the person still look big. Over in Saudi Arabia, everywhere. Right? So exactly what God said, the giants started showing up first, then the beast. Y'all see what they saying is going on in like Tennessee and in the, what's the name, mountains over in that, where the Appalachian Mountains, the Appalachians, that all of these beings, these dogs, huge dogs is ripping holes in people's cars. Now, they told us that was ghost stories back then, but now it's happening right now. Hopping in the back of people's trucks and running and standing on side and being able to run on the side of the side of the cars and stuff. Now, think about this. Epstein and all of them, Drake, and all of them, I hate to say it, they say they be hunting folks at they lands and stuff, right? And we know that they do this magic, the trans, I can't remember what it's called, where they transform into animals and stuff, because they show us in their videos, right? Which ones? You said, what if some of the Nephilim giants and stuff were just asleep until a certain time under the tribulation? Oh, I'm sure. We read about it. They're in stasis. We showed you with the Devil's Tomb with Cuba Gooding Jr. So think about this. The valleys, right? If transfiguration, thank you. Right? So think about this. All the mythical creatures are showing up. They are. Okay? So you think about this. People go missing in the mountains. They go missing in the national parks. Right? And most national parks have a huge valley as well. People hike into the valley or up into, up and over. But some places they won't let you go. Like there's huge fencing and all of these different things around it. Well, if you go and you watch that movie with Cuba Gooding Jr., the army was in a desert, in a valley. They dug down and they found one of the fallen angels that was buried in the ground. You said they closed the parks so early too, right? Because they know what's coming out. What's been living in there for a long time. Because think about it. The American Indians said they made pacts. Well, if you go and you look at the Brazilian forest, the people that live closest, like back there that ain't really, all of them people say they have made truces with these beings, and they give them so many goats and this and that so they don't come down into their, it's in Africa that this happens. Like you can go research where these beings or these animals or these things, they give them goats and stuff like that. We've seen it in the David show on Amazon. The Grand Canyon and the Amazons, right? Remember in the David movie, and they take the goat up there so that Goliath and them didn't come down and do nothing to them. They put the goats up there. And they kept them fed so that they didn't come down. And think about it. It says, even in the Bible, that most of the giants lived around Israel, or they lived in the mountains. They're called the mountain builders, literally. Dean, you cooking. I just saw the confessional, and that host said he fought the monsters in the parks who live in the earth. It's a real thing. All them people that be coming up missing, they went hiking, and they said, Grim. Is it not Grim? Grim. And Supernatural. They've been playing in our face the whole time. And a lot of people go missing in like the Seattle woods and all of that kind of that Portland and all of that. People go hiking, they find them and their bodies be mutilated, talking about a wild animal. Yeah, right. Not. Because think about it. Most of the army bases be in the mountains. The ones they don't want us to know about, just like in Hobbit. Folks living in and under the mountains. Hello. And all of these people that come and say, no. They can't even talk because of what they saw. And they say, oh, their mind just shut off. No, they saw what they saw. So, okay. Who remembers me saying, somebody have to have seen it in order for them to put it in a movie? Y'all remember me saying that? I said, y'all think they just come up with these monsters from nowhere? Somebody had to see it. I showed y'all the drawing that my ex-boyfriend drew years ago. That thing looked real. And that's what he saw in our house. That thing was on the side of our bed. And he drew it just as I showed it to y'all. Crazy. In Mexico, the lady who was screaming about monsters at the base. Listen. Or that lady that was on the plane, and she said, no, I don't care what you Right. King Kong and Jurassic Park too. Yeah. 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 All that stuff about to come back and destroy the earth, which is so crazy. Ooh, that's why I keep saying, God, just please help my heart. You said I ain't seen her since. We ain't seen them people that seen that giant open that side of the mountain either. Him and that wife then came up. Have y'all noticed though? All the videos about the giants now is only AI. Remember, we was seeing the giants. They was coming out of everywhere. You ain't even seen nothing about the big tall black dude that was over in Africa that came out. The Arabian dude that was standing in the shoe store and he had his hand on the man thing. They didn't wipe all that. Think about it. We were seeing giants, real giants, not the AI generated ones everywhere. Seeing videos of them walking and talking with people. Nothing. You ain't seen nothing about no mermaids. Everything is AI generated right now. 22, 23, and even early 24. You hear me? You said, I told y'all they was gonna take it. I said, let's look for it while we can. Jurassic Park, they've been breeding dinosaurs on islands, of course. Mm-hmm. Yep, you said after the TikTok blackout, I'm trying to tell you. And y'all see, the 22nd is, what's the name by this? So, you can't find, it's hard to even find the videos about Jimmy J6. Like, I done seen him coming through my stuff a little bit. But yeah, it was all kind of people coming out with 6 fingers and, doing all of this. You don't see none of that no more. Everything AI. Mm-hmm. Look. Yeah, this is, okay. So, Planned Parenthood. Mm-hmm. Let me read this to y'all real quick. This is about eugenics. Now, look at this. This is some cold stuff right here. I said, ooh, but I told y'all about this. We was talking about it. Listen. It said the evolution of eugenics were the foundational concepts, that would lead humanity back into the Genesis 6 experiments of blending species to create a hybrid Nephilim army. Like Sweet Tooth. Evolution and eugenics work dynamically together to accomplish several things: pull men away from God and the Bible and toward a paradigm suitable for both the Watchers and the return of Nimrod; prepare the groundwork for the grand Luciferian experiment in Nazi Germany; and prepare for the world for transhumanism and the corruption of the human genome. Is that not happening right now? Transhumanism is a word we're hearing a lot in 2025. Mind you, this book was written in 2014. Transhumanism, huge word we're hearing all over the place, and they are now working on the hybrids. They've been, but they're just telling us about it. You said I do home health and I take care of a child who was born with extra digits on his hands. I'm trying to tell you. Did y'all hear that? Are we not hearing this word in 2025? I'm going to read that bottom part again. It says, prepare the groundwork for the grand Luciferian experiment in Nazi Germany. You mean like them people that keep showing up right now? Those people over there? One of them just got the brakes beat off of him. He had the nerve to do that when he was talking to the dude. And then he couldn't even hold his own jaw up. He was having to walk like this. Be careful. Them people. Moving on. One of them to be doing it can't even, he got to wear diaper. Prepare the world for transhumanism and the corruption of the human genome. What they did with that one medicine that they was using in 2020. What's it say it's doing to people? It said it was changing y'all DNA that took that thing, didn't it? And don't say the C word and don't say the P word and all of that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It said that was actually a form of, what you call it? What's the little metal that come back together? What is it called? What is it? I can't think of it right now. What is it? Y'all know what I'm talking about. What they say? Nanotechnology. Right? Which means you are now a machine and human. No? Nanotechnology. See? Look at that. Uh-oh, we hitting home now. Y'all know when we hitting home, they give me a restriction. We hitting home. Or somebody didn't like the fact that JP got the brakes beat off of him. One of the two. Moving on, it's the truth. The world saw it on Netflix the other day. You don't gotta want to hear it. You can't help but see it. Moving on. Okay. There's humans and humankind. Okay, we need to realize that Erica embraced eugenics well before the Germans did. In fact, the concepts were taken into Germany from both Great Britain and the United States. The dude with the H on his clothes just accelerated the advancement of eugenics to its ultimate conclusion with religious zeal. You mean like now? Wait a minute. Eugenics is a thing that's going on right now, is it not? Make America white again. Make the world white again. It was never white. Moving on. Okay, let's see. Selective breeding, eliminating the inferior genetics. Well, then, I think they doing it wrong. What is the strongest color on the color wheel? Oh. So if you mm-hmm. Mm, mm-hmm. Okay. I thought they was doing it backwards. All right. I just wanted to make sure. Right. Right. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Back to the studies. All right. Here we go. So it says here, um, and conducting experiments to find new ways of helping evolution are its next quantum leap. After World War II, the atrocities committed by those people were brought to the light. Eugenics was covertly brought into all the other branches of science under various names. The eugenics centers were closed down only to be opened under their new name, Planned Parenthood. It's one in Erie Hood. And I talked to y'all about Planned Parenthood. Now, this part I didn't know. I learned this today. I'm going to read that again. The eugenics centers were closed down only to be opened later under their new name, Planned Parenthood. And the repackaged science was eventually called the Genome Project. I'll be right back. Ah! That's that holy. What? I told y'all it was a reason that them dang Planned Parenthoods was in the hood. It was the whole reason. This why they take that baby blood as soon as they born. Hello. That's why they want the cord blood. That's why they want the amniotic sacs. That's why they want them. Because think about this. How do we not know? Like, okay, you know how women, like, okay, I had natural births. So I delivered my amniotic sac. They take them. What if they're taking them and growing something else in them? Hooking the rest of that to some type of thing that they have rigged up. And what if they are growing? Because they show us all the time that they grow them in water sacs. They grow them in, they did it with Avatar. That was a fake womb that they was growing them in. But what if when they do like the partial birth abortions and then you have to deliver that amniotic sac, what if they are regrowing babies in that same one? Sings of reasons, the reasons that they're here. Or even if it's not an AI baby, what if it's the hybrids? Because it's a whole bunch of women that said that they got held down and they was in a medical place and people don't believe them. Crazy people walking on the street and they say no. I had a baby and it was half this and half that, and the doctors took it, and I know you don't believe me and I don't really care, and then they give them something to make them lose their memory and they go on about their business, but they mind still be bringing it up. Think about all the babies that they told people their kids died and they didn't. And they won't let you keep them. I tried to keep my baby umbilical cord in them, and they wouldn't let me. Exactly. Because you can take your baby. You used to be able to take your baby home connected to their amniotic sac. Hello. And you know how much they get for one of those? Crazy money. And charge you to keep it, and then get paid dang near $1 million for it. You said the body doesn't forget. It doesn't. Sounds like the alien abduction pregnancies. Exactly. Y'all feeling me now? It's y'all. Thank you, daughter, if you still here, for sending me this book. Because, baby, I done been all back through my notes and everything. The memory cards in those bodies. Come on. Come on. The muscles remember. Come on now. You said it. Muscle memory. Hello. Trauma. Flashing back. I think all the crazy people on the streets is not crazy. I think whatever they said happened, really happened. That's just like Amanda Bynes came out and said she had a baby, and I believe she was saying it before and when her like drunken whatevers or whatever, and nobody believed her, and the whole time it was a real kid. Just like with old girl that was raping Simone. Like, it's a lot of these stars that came out and said later on that they had babies, and we heard like Janet Jackson. I remember. I was young, but I remember them saying she was pregnant. And then the baby just, she was chunky and everything. Face had got fat. Baby, you didn't got married and out from under Joe Jackson stuff. You didn't get that back broke in. Stop it. You said I had to almost fight my doctor 37 years ago over my twins' placentas. I signed for it. My doctor argued with me. I had to write paperwork. Yep. He said it makes me rethink how they have people give up their babies to you. Mm-hmm. Y'all toes wiggling? Is they? Is y'all toes wiggling? This make you think about a lot of stuff, don't it? I know it make you think about because if they can give you some type of shot, or you can come in contact with certain stuff that can cause your baby to have defects, like Agent Orange. What else are they able to do? Yeah, she had a baby with the DeBarge family. Oh, yeah, I know. I remember. Toes rolling over a river right now. That part. I be trying to tell y'all. You said how many young girls and women were told their babies died and they were stolen for evil purposes. Right. Yeah. Listen. You said cloning, right? You said, and that makes me think of too when the babies are born and they get the blood and fingerprints and toe prints, right? Right. You said you always wonder where sickle cell came from. Interesting. I think that has to do with the giants. I do. You said the story about the organs they stole, right? Yep. Because remember I told y'all, like in the 60s and 70s, they were selling a lot of black women that they, the baby organs, oh, okay, that they had cancer, and they was giving them hysterectomies, and then they were taking those perfectly, the perfect wombs that didn't have nothing wrong with them, and they were transplanting them into women that could not have babies, and this was in the 60s and 70s. Women. Wow, that makes me think of my miscarriage. They told me to go home and sleep it off when I knew something was wrong, and they were quick to say it was too late and removed it the next day, and everything went so fast I felt I didn't even have time to process. Yep. You said not to mention where all the eggs and sperm from the fertility clinics. Well, we watched that in Evil. Remember, we're like, you don't need to be watching that. They lose people's eggs all the time. Don't they? It's so many women that said they eggs got given to other women, and we watched it in the show Evil, and they was using those eggs to put spirits into, like, basically they was breeding human women with spirits, and people say that can't happen. Well, then you don't believe the Bible, because that's exactly what happened with the fallen angels and those children. Remember, the girl had a tail, the daughter, and she was conceived through in vitro. Remember? She kept thinking something was wrong with her, and she had a tail. Like the snake tail or something came up out of there, and they cut that show off. We can't get no more of that. Now I'm wondering about my appointment with the rheumatologist. He kept asking about if I miscarried and details. Interesting. And all them kids in that show, I'm not saying nobody else, I'm not trying to offend nobody, but all them kids in that show that was conceived at that one specific clinic or by that specific company or whatever, they kids was hybrids of something from another dimension in here. You said that was in the mansion on the mountain. I haven't seen that. I gotta go blow my nose, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Have you seen Orphan Black? Because we right on the theme. Nuh-uh, I haven't. And I need some water, but I'm not gonna get any. I don't know, but y'all, we getting it. Sorry, y'all. It's dry in here. I've been my nose been bleeding a little bit. I know I need to put some more water in my thing. Since my second birth complications, I've had chronic vaginal pain, and they keep offering me a hysterectomy. Right. They took my auntie's womb at 17 in the 70s or the late 60s. She was 17, and my mama was telling me that at that time they was getting a lot of young black girls to get a full hysterectomy too. Not partial, full hysterectomy. My son was born with extra fingers on each hand, and they said it's a gene from his father's side. So they got the Nephilim blood. Okay, you can Google it. The men of Gath, it said they had 6 fingers and 6 toes. It's in the scripture. And more people are born with 6 fingers and 6 toes than 5, but they cut them off. My daughter told me that when she was 17. I looked it up. I said, well, I'll be danged. For real. It's true. A lot of people got that little nub on the side. I know plenty of people that was like, I was born with an extra finger, or extra nub. He said, taking wombs, who was told they couldn't have kids? I was told this, and I have 4. I told you, they told my mama I wasn't going to have none either. Sure did. They told her that I had a 97% chance of never having kids. I was only like 13. They found cancerous cells and was taking chunks out of my uterus and all kinds of crazy stuff. My mama said the devil is a lie. She will. Then when I got pregnant, about 2.5 years after that, she said, wait a minute, the devil didn't get me pregnant, girl. Sure wasn't the devil. Now I tell you that. You said, and my friend's brother and her sons have six. Oh, you said all my friend's brothers and her sons have 6 fingers. Interesting. What about people getting gastric sleeve? That's a part of their stomach. What you mean? Well, you got to think. They take the organs and they ask you, do you want them to use it for medical research? They never tell you what medical research that is. They take your cells and you know they can reproduce them. They can make a mini. Go look up the dude. I just watched the dude. He's some science dude. They make mini brains, miniature brains, and study them. My cousin told me this too. I didn't even know they could do that. They literally, and the brain forms in like a couple, whatever. They make brains in petri dishes, miniature ones, and that's how they be testing the cancer stuff and all of that. It's okay. I didn't even know they could do that. They do. I just seen a thing about it the other day. I said, what? They can make a miniature brain in a petri dish. Grow one. You said they told me I wouldn't have kids because of my PCOS. I got 3. Exactly. They be needing them wombs to grow them babies in. Hello. You said I got pregnant at 34. And what? You said when she got pregnant and was in labor, I was feeling the labor pains. Interesting. You said science can regrow almost any body part. Exactly. I've been good. You said they doing this in the sequel in that show. Are you serious? In Black Orphan? Orphan Black? Interesting. And here we is talking about it. The Bible said we got eyes that, and we don't see. If you think about it, everything that they've been showing us on TV is real. Everything they told us that wasn't real is real. I saw the mini brain growing in a jail. It was in jail. It had electrical activity and everything. I wonder if it had awareness. That reminds me of the old movie Species with the woman using them to populate her alien babies. Yes, Mari. It's called Orphan Black Echoes. Interesting. Still using Henrietta Lacks cells. Exactly. It's on Netflix. Okay, I have to check it out, Pumpkin. Is y'all toes wiggling? Because mine is. And they've been wiggling the whole time I would, like, because I've been looking at a whole bunch of stuff and just kind of going back. And I'm like, this is mind-blowing. You said you was just saying this to the mother of the family you worked for yesterday. Interesting. Interesting. Do y'all see? You hear me? Like, it's a real thing that we've been blind and we've just chose not to see. But they put everything that's really going on right in front of our face. Everything. And tell us it's myth, it's science fiction, whole time it's the real thing. Lately, everything we talk about is mind-blowing to me. Listen, it's a real thing out here. And now y'all see why I don't be caring if don't nobody want to listen. You want to stay over there in regular thinking, go on then. Because, baby, y'all need to understand what's going on around here. You said been hoodwinked and bamboozled, have. And that's why they don't want us woke. They live. Hello. Once you jump off the rat wheel and you start waking up, now it's something wrong with you. Long as you was blind and didn't want to see nothing, you was cool. How many of y'all been called crazy since you started telling people about the angels having parts where they can impregnate the women, even though it's in the Bible and they still don't believe it? And they telling you need to stop listening to everything you hear and read for yourself. And you said, well, that's how I got to the information I did read for myself. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you go back and look, you're going to see, even in the Bible, it said the lion-headed men of Moab and all of this that fought with David. Well, why the lion-headed men? How many niggas you walking around with a lion head on top of their head? Nobody. The Bible talks about satyrs and unicorns and dinosaurs, the brontosaurus to be exact. The Leviathan that breathes fire, but I ain't supposed to believe in dragons? Make up your mind. Don't tell me not to watch Lord of the Rings. Hello. A lot of babies' parents were told before birth would have issues, have been born with high IQs. Yeah, all of that. Hmm. All of it. But just think about it. So I'm not going to keep y'all because it's late. It's already 12 o'clock. I know some of y'all got to go to work. Some of y'all got to lay down and get the kids up. I ain't going to keep y'all. But hopefully you enjoyed this class because I did. And we got a lot to look into. You hear me? We thought we did all kind of study, and now this is like round level 2.5.2 or something. I don't know. Maybe because we didn't did hours and hours and hours. We got 1,700 classes, at least 2 to 3 hours a piece of study, and then y'all study when y'all ain't on here. And now we just got to go all the way back to Genesis, basically, and start over for some other stuff. Even though we at the end, it's like, because you can't know what's going to happen in the end without knowing what happened in the beginning, because God said the same things that happened in the beginning is going to be happening at the end of time. So that's why it's so important that we do read a lot about the end times, but also we'll know what we're looking at if we study the beginning correctly. The names and all of those things, they matter. You see what I'm saying? It all matters. And people kept telling us none of this matters about salvation. Well, it does. Because if you don't study well enough, this man that's about to come out, folks, because of the miracles and stuff that he's going to be able to do, because he is a Nephilim, he is, right? He's going to be inhabited with the spirit of Satan himself. That's just like with Jesus, okay? Half spirit, half whatever, however that's going to work out. He about to be able to deceive a whole bunch of people. A ton. The world, it says, except for the people, all the people's name that wasn't written in the Lamb's Book of Life. Hello. And I need my name to be written over there. I know the Antichrist is on the earth right now. I know it. And a lot of these church folks, these pastors, is about to lead y'all to follow them because they being getting trained over there in that one place to do so. And we talked about it. It's so crazy. Because 4 years ago when I met y'all, I said, hey, these pastors is about to make people take this mark of the beast. And everybody's like, you shouldn't say that. That's not the truth. And what they doing? Oh, okay. Because the Antichrist is in a certain place. And he's bringing people over to that certain place and training them on how to tell people not to talk against him. Interesting. And all the movies that we watched, the church, people was going to the church to get that good old tattoo. And the pastors was left here. I said, oh, not they was telling us with that too. The leaders is about to help folks say, no, he's Jesus, for he's the Savior. Have you seen him? Because they ain't studied for their own self. That's how they being tricked now. Sad thing. It's a sad thing for real. He said, I need my name wrote in the book of the land. Yeah, me too. And that's why I'm going to keep on studying. So when the man of perdition shows up, which he already has, he just ain't been revealed to the world just yet. Yeah, I need to understand what's going on. Plus, I'm about to call my son. I love y'all. I talked about those a long time ago, Buddha. That was in the beginning of these classes. Yeah. We've been talked about that. Oh, but did y'all see how everything that was happening in Leave the World Behind is happening in San Francisco? With them cars, with the Waymo? And they was all white. I didn't see not one black Waymo car. Did you? It already happened with the other ones. They was running off of things and stuff. You seen it? What's that face for? Y'all seen it? They be telling us what's gonna happen before it happen. San Francisco, all of the the cars that don't got no drivers in them, when the power went out, they stopped. It was in the middle of the street, in the middle of the intersection, everything. They was stuck. The cars couldn't move. And they was all white. They just stopped. Because they run off electricity. We talked about this with y'all having them electric cars. What y'all gonna do when the power go out? I asked y'all that question. You said, and also just got a notification for our Cali people. There's a radiation fog over there. Don't know how true it is. Oh yeah, I seen it. I seen that. And they put the fog in like a container, and it's water and oil, and people was wiping it off their cars. Y'all remember the movie? Was it 2025? Wasn't the movie called 2025 or something that we watched like in end of 24 or something? Y'all remember we watched the Hood movie? A member in California, they was going through there. Remember? We just watched that, what, last year or something? Or early this year? And they wasn't letting them out. Hey, they wasn't letting them out. Y'all remember? And the dad then was, remember? It was like the military had showed up, and I think Cali was on fire or something. Y'all remember this? You remember Blackwater? Mm-hmm. I remember. The folks was in the house and they couldn't leave. And remember, it wasn't no power because I think the boy had to like hook up some kind of generator. Remember, they was out there, and that's how he ended up the dad ended up getting shot or whatever or something like that in the garage. Remember? And did they needed food and stuff? We seeing it. We seeing it. That's why stuff like this right here is important. You said new Spielberg movie gonna be interesting next year in June too. Interesting. They laughed at us in 22. It's a 22. Pew, pew, pew. You said who ain't got to be in the dark? Who ain't got to be in the dark? You said not us. You said we gonna be able to see, and this ain't even at full speed, but guess what? I can see we're walking. Hello. This ain't even fully charged. No, this doesn't have a battery. But it's funny to me that when I was telling people it was about to be real dark out here and what you gonna do when the power go out, they called me a fearmonger, and now for 3 days San Francisco ain't had no power. They called me a fearmonger when I said, hey, we need to go get some stuff because it's going to be flooding in places where it normally don't flood. And then that's been happening too. I said, and the food going to be super expensive. God told me that. He said, go on and get some stuff because you ain't going to be able to do nothing with it and look it. The food is super expensive. Can you see it? He told us it wasn't going to be no medical care. A whole bunch of people wasn't going to have no food stamps and all kinds of stuff. And every single thing that he told us in 22 that we prepared for in 22 and 23 is now happening in 25 and about to be 26. Hey, great, it's me. You see it? You see what's going on? Y'all see what's going on in Alaska? They trying out the real ID, and you ain't gonna be able to work without it. Y'all remember us talking about that? And they said, no, that's not going to happen. And I said, you better get your stuff because you ain't going to be able to work no job. Buy what you can prior to that. I said, oh, God told us that the military was going to be on the streets in 22 too, didn't he? What's on the streets right now? Can you tell me? Because we're going to be a light in a dark world. Can you tell me? What's on the streets? We talked about people... Children I said, you need to tell your children what to do just in case you be gone. And they going to separate mother from daughter and children from their parents. Now, when I said that in 22, people said I was a liar. And look what's happening in 25. It's been happening this whole year. And when we talked about concentration camps, they said I was lying. And what they got right now? We talked about old boy and his homeboys coming back that was running World War II. And they called me crazy. And all of that's going around right now. False prophet, where is what I want to say. Everything that God told us to prepare for in the last almost 4 years. We ain't even made it to 4 years. The last 4 years, it has all happened. Everything in real life. So I don't care if people believe. I told y'all, God don't lie to me. Man might lie, woman might lie, but if he tell me to get something and do something, it's for a reason. And as y'all can see, those that have been here, it's all the reasons he told us to prepare for. Hello. Like this. You said, so glad I had you in my life. Me too, greatest me. I'm happy God came and talked to us. Folks don't want to listen. What that got to do with me? Nothing. Nothing. It don't got nothing to do with me because you don't want to listen, baby, do you? But you know what we got over here? Everything we just about need. Amazon. You can get it on Amazon. You said, why did the movie called No Address Made in 2025 come up? You said, talking about folks exploring homelessness. Interesting. You said, since the people over here in Louisiana. Oh, I seen that. I saw that. They doing the dolls over there. I saw. You see? So, listen. Don't let it be said too late for you. Who happy that you was a conspiracy theorist in 22 and 23? Who happy you learned how to live with less than 22 and 23? Who happy that you went ahead and stored up some shelf-stable food in 22 and 23? If you learned how to make butter, if you learned how to make bread, if you learned how to do any of that, who's happy? Because you literally see the benefit of doing that right now. I would rather be crazy early and be prepared for when the ish hit the fan than be running around like them people I told y'all. Because they didn't believe. 5 wise, 5 foolish. I know you feel like one of the 5 wise virgins and not the foolish ones just right now. You feel like Joseph and not the people that didn't listen. Hello. They bought bags and we bought bags too, but not the same kind. Making everything from scratch. Come on. And is. Because who about you had to find, we talked about finding a new way to do what you do every day. I said, you ain't going to have no blender. So what you going to do? If you got to cook in an open fire, them little cute pots ain't about to do nothing. Folks laughed at us. We bought cast iron. What you think them people in San Francisco, they can't even use no power. They got to be cooking outside. Ain't no power in the house. So now you got to cook over an open fire. You're going to have to go out and put something on a grill or something. And people's like, oh, I have a gas stove. Gas is pumped in on electrical pumps, with electric pumps. Stop it. You're not going to have that either. Unless you got your own propane, big white thing sitting in the back of your house, baby, you're hit. You hit. If you ain't got your own big propane thing or biogas thing, you're hit. Because if the electric is not working, that's just like, okay, if that's the case, why the gas pumps don't be working when it's the outlet? I mean, when it's the outage of power. If that's a thing, then the gas pumps would still work. Hello, they don't. Some of them do. Some of them have a manual pump that you can use. But everything now is digital. On some type of digital system, and they did that on purpose. Even our money. So they can turn it off when they want to. You don't want to, I mean, they're already doing it in other countries. They already cancel people's accounts that wouldn't take the ID, the digital universal ID. They already did it. And when I told folks that in 22, they called me a liar. Did they not? And in 24, it started happening. The end of 24, beginning of 25, other countries around the world shut Vietnam, or it was a couple other places like in Asia and other places. They shut them folks, India, some other places. They shut them folks, closed all their accounts. And they could not access their money. We talked about that in 22. And people said that's not going to happen. And it is. It actually is. So I said, while you got the money, you need to buy what you're going to need when either you can't go into the store or they're not taking money. Unless you plan on taking a mark, then you'll be fine. But if you don't plan on taking a mark, there's some things you need to do. You said Hess gas station was the only one that had their own gas when it was short. Listen, it's a real thing. So I love y'all. I'm about to go eat me some chicken salad and get in my bed. It was so good too. I put green onions and white onions in it. It was so good. I'm gonna eat some more of that and make me some more lemonade. And probably, baby, I was sleep. I don't know what that do, but it was so good. And let me tell y'all what I did. You said the recent food stamp suspension would serve as a warning. We talked about it. I'm not gonna show the book. I'll tell you the name of it. It's the Shinar Directive. But you know, whatever you miss, you can go to YouTube. Anything you ever miss, I'm not gonna show it because they be trying to act like I'm trying to sell something, and I ain't sold nothing, and still ain't sold nothing. So, I think that's it. I don't know if I'm gonna come on tomorrow. Y'all see I came on late. You're welcome, Pumpkin. But I will see y'all maybe tomorrow. I know it's a holiday, so y'all traveling and all that kind of stuff. So, thank you. But I figured y'all got some stuff to go look into, some homework and stuff like that. And I'm still looking into some other stuff too. Thank y'all for letting me brainstorm over here with y'all. Because I've been brainstorming in real life. It's real crazy. So I love y'all. Pray before you go to sleep.